All rise for Demon Mana.
My lovely, lovely imps, how are you doing today? Gayfesh, Nasty Redacted, Paige, Punk Corpse, Sentient Rat, Sol Gracchus, Decayed Slav, welcome to your first stream. You made it in time to get called out. Look at that. MKJ Moon. Uncle Gumball, XY Viabo, XVYabo, Paige Punk Corp, Scrambly, Cosine V Lavender, Alien Geranium, TSW the Shadow Wolf, Aska, Renewed Wolf, Witch Knight Melody, put the screw in the tuna, Gravel Queen, and from the YouTube chat we have Leth, Eddie Spencer, Evil Morty, Another Board Person, Cureem, Useless Legs, Kalen, the Zola, Brutus Magnuson, the Uchronian Jenna, Jafunkel, Swirls, Swirlies? Swirls, Rask, Frozen Summer, Spyrogal, Furcifer, Kev3, Ras7, Hails Like Tails. I read ahead, so I hope I pronounced it correctly. A real early shout out to Alien Geranium and TSW, the Shadow Wolf, and one more, Sanji, all for donating to the show. Thank you very, very much. Thank you very, very much. Thank you very much, TSW, the Shadow Wolf. Congratulations on the pre-order. And Alien Geranium, welcome back and congratulations. What a beautiful, beautiful day it is today. I hope you are all doing wonderfully. If you are here, please make sure that you press like on the stream. The likes mean the world to me, and it always means we get more people in here. We're going to be talking about some important topics tonight, and then we are going to cool down by playing a whole bunch of Dark Souls 2, which is getting more and more interesting by the minute. Is it not? Leth says, it's like 98 today. I was dying. It's not as, wow, that's very hot. It's not that hot where I'm at, but I'm sorry, that's really hot. That's wild. Damn, some people getting cooked. People getting cooked by the heat. That sucks. We've had a couple of hot days, but nothing quite that hot. Y'all like my new gold? Look, I had it touched up. Look at that. All fresh gold. Look at that. Pure gold. All ready. See, I'm all prepared for my Elden Ring arc. Mama the Golden. There we have it. You know, maybe I should put the spike thing on today. Maybe this would be nice to have today. That looks kind of nice. Yeah, maybe we'll do the spikes today. That seems cool. Why not? Anyway, currently, Louis Boy says, I'm currently styling a wig for Pride. That's awesome. It's a spiky kind of day? Yeah, it is. I don't know. It helps control the hair a little bit so it doesn't get in my face, which always annoys me. But, you know, such is the life of having long hair. I much prefer having long hair at this point in my life, I think. So, why is my... hold on a second. Something's going on here. No, okay, you're doing fine then. Okay, never mind. I thought my fans weren't running properly. You can't attack her with jumps, only hammers. Don't attack me with hammers, please. I don't appreciate that. Demon Mama, I feel attacked by the title of stream. Do you? If you feel attacked by the title of my stream, perhaps that's a message to you. We're gonna get into it, and I'm gonna talk about it in full depth. So hopefully my words will be able to be of use to you. I want to talk about a whole bunch of stuff today, but we're going to warm up for a while. In the warm-up section, I'm going to talk about a bunch of different stuff that I've been thinking about and doing. And then we're going to dive into the heart of the topic, which might be a little bit heavy. I'm going to be reviewing I Saw the TV Glow today. It's going to be a little short review where I talk about everything going on into that, and then that is going to sort of set us up for the conversation of the title of the stream, which is Repression, Being in the Closet, and Why It Is Good to Live as You. Such a good movie. Well, see, I kept putting it off because I wanted to make sure that I had my thoughts all collected on it and that I'd given everybody a chance to see it. So I think hopefully everybody's seen it at this point. It will not be a spoiler-free review. I don't think that doing a spoiler-free review is what I wanted to do. I want to talk about the themes of the film. So I'll make sure I let people know when we're going to get into the spoilers, but I'm going to keep the review on the shorter side so that people can come back and not feel like they're missing all of stream. But I really need to talk about everything in there. Yeah, so it's no longer in theaters. Yeah, it's out of theaters now, but it's on streaming, so you can go stream it on a number of platforms. So that's good. Haven't seen it? You should see it when you get a chance. It's on streaming now, so yeah. Gayfesh says, I reviewed TV Glow and it made me cry. I completely understand that. Lydia says, have you been able to see We're All Going to the World's Fair yet? I think I suggested to you on Twitter. I haven't yet. I've been watching a whole bunch of movies lately, but I haven't gotten to see that one yet. I got to see, let's see, what have I watched lately? Furiosa. Watched Candyman. I just watched Basket Case 2 with Fawn this morning. I hadn't seen the first one. The second one was pretty fun. What else did we see recently? I've also been doing a watch through of Neon Genesis Evangelion, which is going to be, I'm pretty excited for that, because I'm going to be doing a retrospective review with my really close friend, my best friend, and longtime friend, Retcon 404. I don't know if Retcon's here tonight, but Retcon's here sometimes. We're going to be doing a review together on his channel, so that should be really amazing. Which Candyman? The OG Candyman, the horror film. It was really good. I was really surprised by how good it was. It was very messed up and incredibly visceral. It's one of those movies where it has, I saw that it had like a 70 Rotten Tomatoes critic review and a 60% audience review, and I was like, this is going to be a good one, isn't it? And it was actually incredible. It was actually amazing. Did you ever see Sucker Punch? I did see Sucker Punch. I was not a big fan of that movie, honestly. I'll be completely honest. I love the OG Candyman, though I have mixed feelings on the ending. I liked the ending. It's a weird one. But yeah. Kenneth Allen Cook said, have you seen Oppenheimer? Yeah, I enjoyed Oppenheimer. I think I liked the soundtrack for Oppenheimer more than I liked the movie Oppenheimer, but I also liked the movie as well. I thought it was pretty good. It wasn't like it wasn't like the greatest movie I'd ever seen, but it was extremely competently made and I liked a lot of it. And the movie looked great. I enjoyed it. I enjoyed it. I will be a Sucker Punch defender. Oh, good luck with that. Did I miss your donation? I'm sorry. Catalina Gearbox, sorry about that. I always go back and check my donations anyway, but Catalina Gearbox with the $5 says, hey, are you a fan of the Myst series? If so, they are about to release a 3D version of the second game, Riven. That's very interesting. I have played the Myst games. and I have enjoyed them, though I've never beaten any of them, and I don't think I've ever played Riven. This looks beautiful, though. I'll keep my eye on this. Thanks for the shout out. That's awesome. It looks really cool. Looks beautiful, honestly. Thank you, Zoe Vexed. I appreciate that a lot. Have you seen The Endless or any other movie by Benson and Moorhead? The Endless is one of my favorite movies, in fact. I have watched The Endless like 4 times in order to show it to different people. I really, really love The Endless. I haven't seen their other movies yet, but I have them on my list. But yeah. Axolotls with Cream says, hey, Demon Mama, I don't know if I've told you, but I've officially graduated. Going to college after the summer for graphic novels and comics course. Till then, I get to panic about adulting. Don't panic. College is not as hard as you think it will be. It's definitely has its challenges, but don't panic too much. There's not too much to worry about. The freedom that you get from going to college is going to overwhelm any downsides, I assure you. High school is more stressful than college at any point, in my opinion. Yeah. And congratulations on the graduation. That's amazing. Well done. Well done. It's a lot of work to get through high school. People do not give people enough credit for completing high school. Candyman 2? I don't know. I don't know if there was a Candyman 2, but maybe there was a remake or something. Was there? It was a remake. Yeah, there was a remake. Oh no, I guess there was a second one. Weird. I haven't seen that one. I've only seen the original. And the original one was great. Kyurem says, Demon Mom, I absolutely love your video game reviews. Do you have any today? I don't have any video game reviews to do today. However, I will be doing a video game review of Demon Souls fairly soon because I've been playing through Demon Souls. Yeah. And I might talk, I'm going to almost assuredly talk about some video game stuff today, but I don't have a review to do. Yeah, so, but thank you. I really appreciate that. I'm going to be doing more and more video game reviews as time goes on. I intend to do a review of Ultros when I beat it. I'm also going to probably play that on stream because I think you all deserve to see it because it's a visually gorgeous video game. But I don't know if we'll do that tonight. I really want to make progress through Dark Souls 2, so we'll probably be doing Dark Souls 2 tonight, mostly. There has been, I have been itching for the new Elden Ring DLC, which is coming out in just 3 days. It's incredibly excited. Incredibly exciting, for that. So, yeah. The Elden Ring DLC, I have heard, nothing but positivity about it. It appears to be a absolutely massive DLC, full of exciting new stuff, and I'm really excited to get my hands on it. My statue should be arriving soon and will be joining the set, so soon we'll have a gigantic statue of Mesmer to join our beautiful set here. He blends right in with our color scheme. Yeah. Did you catch the Nintendo Direct? I didn't. I'll be completely honest. I don't really follow Nintendo events all that closely. I don't know why. I've never really followed them. In fact, most of the Direct events, I don't really follow all that closely. I usually catch some of the stuff from them. Like I caught some of the Sony stuff and, yeah. No, I didn't, Kazama. I've been able to avoid most of those types of things. I did hear about that, Gayfesh. Gayfesh says there's a new Legend of Zelda title that's done in this Link's Awakening remake style, and you play as Zelda. That looks very, very wonderful. I am sure that I will play it. That one I did hear about, and I'm fairly excited for that because I like Zelda games and I've played most of them. So the Nintendo Direct also announced a new Mario and Luigi RPG. That's interesting. Do you think Mesmer will be harder than Melania? So that's a good question. I don't know if Mesmer specifically will be harder than Melania. Historically, in the DLCs of Dark Souls games, they put the hardest content. And I would be surprised if they didn't do that again. That said, Melania is very, very difficult. Melania is an incredibly difficult boss, and I'm interested to see how they make a boss that's harder than Melania, because Melania just cheats like hardcore, and it really gives you the feeling that you're struggling against a god. I'll be interested to see how they do that. But yeah. I had a lot of fun in my last... Oh, I should tell the story. I didn't even do this. So, hold on a second. Let me get up my... let me get this here. Hold on. Where do I go to my screenshots? Oh, I don't know if they're going to show up. Oh, they're not going to be on this side, are they? No, because that's all... Oh, I hate that. Damn it. They're all going to be over on my other computer. Damn it. I hate it when I do that. Wait. Hold on. I might be able to get into them. Hold on a second. I can send them to myself. Give me a second. Anyway, hold on a second. I can show you one of my characters, all right? Hold on. I took a picture of her and made a meme with her, and she's amazing. But then I got to tell a story about this because it's great. So, I think I showed this meme off last time. The I showed you my grapes, answer me. This is my character that I just beat. I got the 100% in Elden Ring with, which is, I felt very proud of. And I played a, as you can see, hold on here, I can prove it. Here you go. Bam, right there. Achievements, 42 out of 42. You have unlocked all achievements. Very proud of that. Quite proud of that. And it only took me 472.5 hours. Woohoo! Yeah! You know? Woohoo! Yeah. Anyway, so I made a really great character, and I was having a good time. Now, I have beaten Melania solo. I have beaten Melania with co-op, and I've beaten Melania a couple times now. This time, I decided to do something special, which was instead of just fighting Melania and summoning whoever, I got to the summon site and I was summoning specifically people who were cosplaying as, or who were like imitators of Let Me Solo Her. I don't know if any of you are familiar with... let me just show you this character. This guy, this character. So at the very oh damn it, why is it such a low quality image? Here we go, here's a better quality one, okay? Here we go, here's Let Me Solo Her. I don't know if anybody remembers this. At the very beginning of Elden Ring, when Elden Ring first came out, there was a legendary player called Let Me Solo Her, who was a naked warrior with a pot on his head, and this player would have their summon sign down by Melania's door, and you would summon them and they would solo Melania. and they became legendary because of how many times they soloed Melania. And and there have been a million imitators since then. And let me tell you, since there's a new DLC coming, there's a ton of people playing right now, and there were a lot of imitators. There were people who were like, I hit, I quit, wearing the exact same outfit. There were people like, let her solo me, wearing the same outfit. I summoned a whole bunch of them, okay? I summoned like, I summoned like 10, okay? And none of them could solo her, all right? So I gave a lot of them a try. And then finally, I summoned another player whose outfit I thought was really cool. And we died, and then I summoned them again, and then we died, and then I summoned them a third time, and we kicked her ass, and it was sick. So, in the end, none of the imitators could complete the challenge. None of the imitators have quite lived up to the legacy, but I did find some other really wonderful players to play with in the end, and we did kick her ass, which was sick as hell. Yeah. But I had a good time. Page Punk Corp says, I always try to spam bleed or blasphemous blade at her. So the real way to beat her is to outdrip her? Always. There's a secret to Souls games, which is that you will play better if you feel like your character looks cool, because you'll feel awesome. And it's completely true. If you feel awesome, it doesn't matter if your like stats are optimal, you'll be more likely to win if you feel good going into battle. It's just 100% real. So yeah, for sure. And if you've got two people who are dripped up as fuck, you're gonna have an even better time. So yeah, definitely do that. That said, what was it? Oh my God, there was something else I was going to say. If you are a person who is trying to beat Elden Ring right now, let me tell you 2 quick hints that are gonna help you a lot, okay? Melania is very weak to bleed. She is also vulnerable to frostbite. So keep those 2 things in mind, and you will have a much better time. The first time I ever beat Melania, it was I had the Mimic tier with 1 spell. So I did this little thing where at the beginning of the battle, I had everything unequipped except a single spell, so that when I summon my Mimic tier, it can only do 1 thing, which is shoot a spell. And then I would quickly equip my gear, and I had double whips. One was, they were petal whips. One of them was bleed enchanted, and one of them was frostbite enchanted. So I used the petal whips to stack up the bleed and frostbite, and it was still very difficult, but after multiple tries, I was able to win. Melania is also super weak to parries. True, if you are very good at parrying, you can absolutely clap her with parries. Her second phase is a little bit harder to parry, but it is still possible, for sure. Parries are definitely her weakness. Another one of her weakness. The only thing worth beating Melania for is the Scarlet Aeonia incantation. What? What? You get a special cutscene. You get the unalloyed, the Miquella's needle that lets you complete a story arc if you get enraptured by the frenzied flame. Also, her katana is an absolutely amazingly fun weapon. That is so untrue. You were like wrong on like 5 counts. I know you're trying to like, you know, whatever, but I mean, her even just listening to her theme song all the way through. I'm gonna subject you all to the theme song now. Hold on. Here we go. We're gonna listen to the whole theme song now. incredible. But we're not even done. Just wait. Yeah, skip to phase 2 equals hell jam. Oh, we'll get there. Don't worry. We're getting to phase 2. Don't worry. Ready? Are you ready? Hell yeah, Gurnatath! Thank you! Also, Uncle Gumba, thank you so much! That makes me so happy, Gurnatath. Gurnatath, that's really good. That's really good. If you've gotten halfway through phase 2, you're doing great. I highly, highly recommend Bleed and Frostbite. They are your friends, okay? Especially in phase 2. You can cook phase 2. If you've got something with Bleed, you can do. Also, hold on. It's time for us to watch a meme. It's fine. Everyone's excited for Elden Ring, and if you're not, you're gonna be. So let me just show you this. There's a really great Millennia-based meme, okay? Here we go. We gotta watch it together, okay? All right, here we go, everybody. This is a tribute. It's Pride Month, so you have to deal with this. If you don't, you're homophobic. If you don't watch this thing, then you're homophobic. Sorry, everybody. It's just how it goes, okay? This is Clean Rot Knight Finlay carrying Millennia all the way from the battle with Star Scourge Radon back to the Halig Tree. Let's do it. Look at this. This jar represents Millennia. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Yeah! Woo! Woo! Go, 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 go! Yeah! Ooh, 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 ooh. This is what it feels like when your girlfriend wants you to come over. me when I need to piss at 3 a.m. True! Girls can get it. There we go. There we go. Oh, I see. This is a video game character. Yes, this is a video game character. An amazing one. Finlay's a girl? Yeah, Finlay's a girl. Finlay's a girl and also a girl boss, okay? And you can summon her. And she's sick. She's good as fuck. She'll buff you. You're almost there, Somniostatic. You'll get that one eventually. I didn't see him, Mr. Crab. If you send him, I'll put him up in my browser. Again, thank you. In case it wasn't audible, thank you to Uncle Gumbald and Gurnatath. Both of you, thank you very much. Gurnatath for the tier 2 sub. Thank you. And Uncle Gumbald for the tier 1 gifted sub. You just sent right now? I don't see him, but here somewhere, I'm sure. What about a they boss? Oh, we got those. We got those for sure. I don't remember what I was gonna say next. Whatever. Don't worry, I have them. Okay. They're both 1 minute. We'll see. We'll see. We'll see. We'll see. I think we can do one of them. I hate Melania because she's royalty and should be guillotined. Well, that's okay. But, you know, as far as they go, Melania's pretty sick. Pretty good. Pretty great. She's one of the good ones. I don't know if I'd go that far, but I do think that Melania is one of the more heroic characters. That Elden Ring, it's interesting. Elden Ring is unique in that there are actually a number of fairly heroic characters that aren't like complete trash, which is kind of new for the Souls games, especially. And I see this especially going back to Demon Souls. Demon Souls is like, there's like barely any good characters in Demon Souls. They're all assholes. But yeah. No, yeah, we got Ronnie. I think Ronnie is a great character and a heroic character. I think that Melania, we don't know enough about Mikola to know for sure, but Mikola certainly seems like a good character. Yeah, there's actually quite a lot. Elden Ring has the most like characters that are like, damn, this character's actually, you know, well-intentioned if flawed. Yeah, Blythe, E.G., all of the Ronnie crew are pretty awesome. Also, I think that I don't know. There's a lot. There's a lot of different stuff going on. The Dark Souls games tend to have fairly fallen, like totally fallen worlds, whereas Elden Ring is most certainly a world that is coming apart at the seams, but there are still a surprising amount of heroic characters. And they're not just NPCs either. That's the thing. In the Souls games, it's usually the NPCs that are like heroic characters. Like, I'm talking like the characters that you adventure with. Whereas like Melania is a character you fight who is very, you know, a very heroic character. I don't know. Even like everybody's favorite, like in Dark Souls 1, everybody loves Knight Artorias. But Knight Artorias was kind of a giant cop. Like, he certainly has some heroic aspects, but he's also like kind of terrible. Like, his whole job was to go dutifully clean up the mess that Gwyn created, and he did that. And like, people were like, thanks, you saved us. But it was like, you saved us from the consequences of Gwyn's actions. And he ended up, yeah, losing and yeah. Oh, of course, Arlo. Saluvius is an evil guy, but I don't want to spoil, but we all know what happens to that motherfucker. Coctism says, I think I'm an egg. Well, may you incubate well and hatch soon and healthily. We'll talk about all of that kind of stuff soon, so stay tuned. To be honest, I really like Morgott. Morgott is an interesting character because, okay, Morgott is a very fascinating character. Except, oh yeah, everybody's saying except Saluvius. Of course. MKJ Moon with the gifted 5 tier 1 subs. Thank you very, very much, MKJ Moon. Took me too long to figure out how to gift subs. I'm not good at computers. Sorry about that. Thank you for gifting them. I appreciate that a lot. So, okay, hold on. What happens to Saluvius? Well, you know, let's just say, what's the line from, let's whack this cocksucker and be done with it. MKJ Moon, thank you for another gifted tier 1 sub. Thank you so much. Saluvius is a genuinely rotten character, for sure. Arlo says, Morgott is cool, but he's a presser cucked. Oh, he absolutely is. Morgott is an interesting character. Morgott and Moog are like, they are the polar opposites. Morgott is the ultimate, like, he represents the ultimate assimilation of the omens. You know, an omen who was granted the maximal amount of power, and it came at the cost of him basically having to participate in the mass killing and of other omens. Whereas Moog represents an omen that completely falls to like the hate of all that is, and in a way that's like horrible almost. Like, he basically embodies all of the things that are said about, you know, basically he embodies all of the dark myths that are propagated around omens, and in a very kind of foolish way, because of course Moog's entire blood dynasty is a horrible project that fails miserably. Moog is evil, but I still love him. He's definitely pretty evil. Yeah. What did Saluvius do, or Morgott? Who are you asking about, Kenneth Allen Cook? Sorry, I was talking about multiple characters there. Now that's just in poor taste, Uncle Gumbald. Saluvius. Saluvius poisons people and turns their bodies into mindless dolls that he can control, and it is heavily speculated It is heavily implied, if not outright accused, that he sexually abuses the puppets that he makes out of people's bodies. He also tries to do that to a god at one point, and, you know. People saying no way? Yes, explicitly. Hold on, let me see if I can find it. Hold on.
Is that potion what I think? Is that potion what I think it is? Bloody Acelaces. I suppose he's up to something again. Oh, I won't interfere. You go ahead and do what you must.
Why is the audio so low here? Hold on, let me see if I can find a better clip. Here we go.
Is that potion what I think it is? Bloody Acelaces. I suppose he's up to something again. Oh, I won't interfere. You go ahead and do what you must. The Round Table has no code to speak of. But I ask you this. Are you really going to do the bidding of that twisted dolly botherer?
Are you really going to do the bidding of that twisted dolly botherer? And then later on in the game, you find out that Acelaces has a basement full of dolls, mostly of women, that are his dolls, and he gets extremely mad if you discover it. Arlo, Fia is top tier character. Fia is like one of my faves. They found it, you literally find his goon cave. And in fact, you have to like, oh, it's kind of messed up. There's a lot of messed up stuff, okay? I never put two and two together that he was doing that to the dolls. It gets more so if you go, if you talk to Padilla, I think is the character's name. Padilla in Elden Ring. You find out that, that Acelaces has like an accomplice named Padilla who helps him source people to be his dolls. It's pretty, it's actually one of the most blatant like metaphors for you know, sexual abuse that's been put into any of the Elden Ring games or into any of the FromSoft games. Yeah, Acelaces is a pretty bad character. Devin Hardy says, hey, Demon Mama, I want to say I've lost 46 pounds in a super healthy way because of some of your past advice when it comes to having a healthy relationship with food. I know this is off topic, but thanks. Wow, that's incredible. I'm extremely happy that my advice was able to help. I really, that's wonderful. It is, you will, I assure you, people learning, if people who want to lose weight learn first to understand their body where it's at and then work towards developing a healthy relationship with food as opposed to just trying to lose weight from a position of judgment, the outcome will be significantly better. And I'm amazed and very happy to hear that it's gone well for you. That makes me really happy to hear. Congratulations and well done. Saul Gracchus says, is it worse than what the Dung Eater does? I think it's like about as bad. The Dung Eater is another character. Elden Ring is like, I think Elden Ring kind of like blew the lid off of on certain like topics that were kind of taboo to discuss explicitly in previous Souls games. Like there's a number of like implications in other Souls games, but they're very veiled and it's hard to know for sure. Whereas in Elden Ring, it's just like in your face with some of them. Like the storyline for the Dung Eater explicitly talks about how he repeatedly violates, kills and then violates his targets over and over again in order to breed the most foul curse imaginable. And you have to extract the curse from his victims, and then you have to do it to him if you want to have his ending. It must be the GRRM influence. I don't know about that. I do think that's probably a part of it, but I don't think so. I think just with Elden Ring, they wanted to tell a different story, and a story that had more extremes than the previous stories. Like, keep in mind that all of the Dark Souls games, and Demon Souls especially, are all inspired by Berserk. Berserk is a story that does not shy away from some of the most foul depictions of like depravity you can imagine. Berserk is there is a lot of really dark stuff in Berserk. So it's not that I don't think it's just the influence of George R.R. Martin, although perhaps working with him was a choice because of the type of game that they wanted to make. Is that the Berserk manga behind you on the shelf? Yes, it is. Right there. And also, those ones are the ones I'm working through. I remember that Berserk touched on male SA and did it in a not victim-blaming way. It actually, that's one of the most consistent and complex themes throughout Berserk is like how people cope with and heal from and deal with SA. So. Renewed Wolf says Berserk gets a bit too explicit for my taste, sadly. I can understand that. It's quite outrageous at times. Yeah. Put the screw in the tuna says, saying that's why I haven't read it, Renewed Wolf. I've heard it's 100 times more difficult than Golden Kamuy. I gotta read Golden Kamuy. I've heard that's good. Berserk is probably the single most, like, intense visual novel comic style piece of art that I've ever read. It doesn't shy away from basically anything. It's pretty incredible just how much it's willing to depict and talk about. The violence is really over the top. I wouldn't say over the top. It fits for the story, but also. I shouldn't say that it's just that, because it has, like, I mean, the last time that I was reading Berserk, I had to stop because I started crying, because there is this section, I don't want to just retell it, but there's this section of the story that is about Guts' relationship with a flower, and it was so heart-wrenching and touching that I had to stop reading because I was crying so hard. It's incredible. Berserk is a masterpiece, and I am in love with it. And I think that it is going to permanently, and already has, permanently affected me artistically. Yeah. Yeah. Charlie Jinmeyer says, I saw one of the anime versions covering the Band of the Hawk arc. I think it was pretty good. Yeah, I think the animes only ever do the Band of the Hawk, like the Golden Age, as it's called. But that's not even the beginning. It's not even... Berserk goes so much deeper. The Band of the Hawk is kind of like, it's the root event that starts everything else. But it goes so many different places, and there are so many incredible story decisions that are made throughout that it's, while the Golden Age is certainly memorable and intense, there's so much other stuff that happens that's like, oh my God, like, I'm happy that I decided to read all of it and that I've continued on, and yeah. It's incredible. The fairy's name is Chitch. Yeah. It is. Yuri says, this might sound crazy, but I tend to favor or prefer media that makes me emotional. That's not crazy at all. That's pretty normal, honestly. Yeah. No, I do as well. I can't imagine. I don't know why. Yeah, I think that's pretty normal. Yeah. And good, in fact. But, yeah. Berserk is amazing. When I'm finished, I am hoping to do something. I don't know if it's going to be a stream. I don't know if it's going to be a video. I don't know if I'm going to write an essay about it. But it has been an incredibly moving experience reading through Berserk. And, yeah, so. Maine blueberries, Infex. Of course, Maine blueberries are amazing. And they're going to taste really good when they're baked. Renewed Wolf says, yeah, but I want good emotions, not SA emotions. Well, there are both. And in fact, I would argue that in the case of Berserk, the good ones are enhanced by the fact that it is willing to deal with and talk about and process the tough stuff. Like Berserk is a book that or is a series that it's about overcoming and about how people choose to cope with these things and about how they happen in the first place and about people who make decisions that free them from feeling bound by what they went through. But you don't have to read it, of course. The other thing that's just amazing about Berserk is that the art is phenomenal. It's actually almost unbelievable at times how complex. It's like every page, Berserk is unique in that you have to balance this desire to turn a page with the desire to catch all the details on what you're looking at. It is actually unbelievable how much work goes into each page and how, like, it's like I feel bad sometimes for getting so into the story that I want to turn each page so quickly. But it's like, because I feel like I'm missing art. It's genuinely incredible. Comrade Girl 2018, thank you very, very much for the tier 1 sub. Thank you so very much. That means a lot to me. Nasty says, Berserk single-handedly made me get back into line art and inking again. It changed my art style entirely. That's amazing. And I can feel Berserk changing my own approach to what I make as well in more than one way. And that's a good thing. I feel like it's an awakening. Like Dune has. Dune is another piece that changed the way that I approach things. And the Souls games, of course. But I want to draw, but I can't get over sucking. I try. Keep trying. Everybody sucks, and then they don't. That's just how it works. That's art. You get better by doing. That's just how it goes. There is not a single artist who doesn't learn by trying. And by failing, and by proceeding nonetheless. That's just how it goes. I just want to draw hot wolf men kissing. Then do it. Then fucking do it. You should do that. You know, I've never been good at drawing. But one time, I tried my hand at drawing a little sketch of Gwendolyn from Dark Souls 1. And it actually turned out pretty good. And I've never been good at like drawing. I don't know why. I've always struggled with it. I've struggled with that visual aspect with the visualization aspect of drawing, and I've always been more drawn towards writing. But yeah, I was actually impressed with how it turned out. I don't think I have that drawing anymore, unfortunately, but I do quite like writing. I write quite a lot. Over the course of my life, I've written an unbelievable amount. It's been probably, well, I don't know now. Streaming might now be my primary, like might have added up to be my primary creative outlet, but maybe not. I don't know. I wrote for so many years that I don't know if it. I don't know. I don't know which one adds up, but I wrote Berserk. I wish. I wish I could. If by the end of my life I could write something as amazing as Berserk, I feel like I would have accomplished something incredible. But I don't know. That seems like a hell of a thing to strive for. Hello, Daniel Bullrice. Welcome. By the way, if you are here and you have not liked the stream, please press like on the stream right now. It would mean a lot. We are approaching the end of our little warm-up section, and then we are going to be doing some other stuff. But we've had a great time so far, have we not? I've been having a good time. A. Vinay says, I'm trying to make OCs for Art Fight for really reals this year, and I feel like I'm hitting a brick wall. Art is just keep throwing stuff at a brick wall until it breaks sometimes. Yeah, sometimes it is. Other times you have to take a breather, step back, and kind of reanalyze what you're doing and try again. It is possible that you get kind of stuck in one way of doing things, and you need to go, okay, I was not thinking about this in the way that I wanted to, or whatever. Evil Morty says, the author for Berserk is gone on, but people bash his memory over things they don't understand about Berserk. Well, that's always going to happen. There are going to be people who basically say, you know, a depiction of problematic things is the problematic thing in and of itself. And I don't think that Berserk is like above critique, by the way. There is definitely stuff worthy of critique in Berserk. But, you know, yeah, some people struggle with work that touches on, that touches on difficult topics. Speaking of which, we're going to talk about a movie soon, in just a few minutes, that we're going to talk about a movie that touches on some difficult topics. Lauren X Pandema says, I don't know if any of you are watching Dreg right now, but he's making really based videos trying to get his honest to conquer their fears and make art. I haven't checked in on Dreg in a long time. But that sounds great. He's on a sincere arc. That sounds great. I always liked some of Dreg's older stuff. And some people say J-Reg, other people say Dreg. I don't know which way it is, but I liked some of his older stuff. In fact, Doe and I were talking about Dreg the other day. But yeah. That sounds awesome. That sounds really awesome. Junior egg? Maybe. Maybe it's junior egg. I've got that Millennia song stuck in my head. I wanted to talk a little bit about Demon Souls real quick before we move on. I've been playing a whole bunch of Demon Souls the last few days on my PS3, the old school original Demon Souls, and it is very good. It is also an incredibly cruel game, and it's funny because everybody gives Dark Souls the like hard game cred. It's like, oh, you're gonna die so much. You don't know what the fuck you're talking about until you've played Demon Souls. I have played Demon Souls before, but I never beat it because of a whole bunch of reasons. We had our old PS3 fucking busted, and we only just got it working. It's a whole thing. But my God, it is a difficult ass game, and it is brutal. It makes you truly fear death. I have lost huge chunks of souls way more times than in any other Souls game. It's like, oh God, it has been painful. I am like crawling forward at a snail's pace. But one thing I want to say about Demon Souls is that the atmosphere and the mood is genuinely incredible. It's actually out of this world. How amazingly well made all of the zones are and how well they set the mood for what they are. And also, it is like maybe the most depressing of all of the Souls games so far. Maybe Sekiro is like up there. It's like, it is so dark. You are such a tiny ant getting crushed all the time in the most sad and miserable world. It's actually amazing. But my God, it is so cool. I just got to, so I have beaten the first two areas of Boletaria, the Burrow King. The first two, I've gotten to the second area of the Storm King, and I just last night got to the second boss of Latria. And the second zone of Latria is like, I was like stuck in the Tower of Latria, and I was like, oh my God, this place is brutal. I'm having a terrible time. I'm getting my butt kicked all the time by these janky hitbox octopus enemies. And then I got to the second part of Latria, and I was just like, what the fuck is this? This is nuts. It's so scary. It's so fucking cool. Oh, it's awesome. I will say I was getting very angry at multiple points because it is an incredibly difficult game, but I've also been having an amazing time, and my God, I am so excited to see what else this game has in store for me. I'm currently playing and also I'm going to be playing it on stream in the future. We have a few more games. We have to finish Dark Souls 2 first, obviously, but I do want to play Demon Souls on stream, the original Demon Souls, not the remake. I want to play the OG one for you all on stream. And because you all, I've noticed a lot of people haven't actually played through all of Demon Souls, and it is incredible and deserves to be played. It's awesome. Yeah. And yeah, I don't know. I've been really enjoying it. I'm playing a Temple Knight character, so I'm doing like holy, and I was doing a spear at first, but then I realized that actually you can't, for some reason, you can't turn any of the spear weapons into blessed weapons in Demon Souls. it's like swords and clubs are like what you can turn into holy weapons. So I was like, oh shit, if I want to continue playing this, I'm probably gonna have to do something else. So I'm switching over to using I'm going for a greatsword, and I'm going to get a blessed greatsword and do a blessed greatsword wielding knight type build, and that should be pretty sick. It's actually incredible. Would you be open to playing the remake in the future? Yes, I want to play the remake in the future, but I want to show people the OG, because there's a lot of changes in the remake. There's so many changes in the remake that I think it actually kind of, I mean, in some cases it completely disrupts the original mood and tone of the game. It's they made so many weird decisions in the remake. That said, there's a lot of cool stuff. Like, there's a lot of cool gameplay stuff in the remake, and the remake has more weapons for some reason. So I definitely want to play the remake, but I want to do the OG one first. And there's a number of, like, I think there's a lot to enjoy in the OG, and a lot of people haven't actually seen it. So I feel like it will be valuable, and a lot of people will have a good time. Yeah. Anyway, I'm going to talk about Demon's Souls once I've beaten it in full. So, yeah. Look forward to that. Rickett says, Demon Mama, do you know anyone in the trans community with partial androgen insensitivity in the form of muscle tremors? To relate to the exercise topic earlier, I found out I had something like this when trying to lose weight. Have nearly always been obese, had some muscle tremors before when I was younger and more fit, but I thought it was just being weak. Unironically, actual toxic masculinity. Off the top of my head, I don't know if there's any content creators, but I'm very sure there are other people out there with partial androgen insensitivity, and probably some people who have that. If anybody out there has had that experience, I hope that you and Rickett can connect with one another. I don't off the top of my head have a name to shout out, but hopefully me saying this aloud will allow you to find somebody else. But anyway, thanks for the message. Jade Monkey says, I don't want to buy a console just for one game. I will probably borrow my friend's PS5 and not buy a new console. Whatever happened to borrowing from your friends, huh? Whatever happened to that, huh? You gotta buy it, just borrow it from a friend. Somebody bought it, right? Aska says, Mama met Ostrava. I did, I met Ostrava twice. I like Ostrava. My friends are as broke as I am. Okay, well, that one's hard, Witch Night Melody. The Pirates can't do this one because it's a PS5 only game. I still hope that sometime Sony will release it on Steam. We'll see. Maybe. I don't know that they have an incentive to do so at the moment, but we'll see. I mean, of course, someday the emulation might be possible. You can currently emulate the OG Demon's Souls, as far as I know, and apparently it works pretty well. So, yeah, the Demon's Souls emulated version is apparently good. I'm playing on a old PS3 that we got working. Kingdom Hearts is on Steam. Would you ever play those? Yes, I really want to play Kingdom Hearts, but the problem is, I don't have enough time in my life right now. We've been taking forever to get through Dark Souls 2, and I gotta ramp up gaming streams, or else we're never gonna get through the whole Souls series. I would really like to do the Kingdom Hearts series on stream, and I would also like to do Metal Gear Solid, but I don't know when. So we're getting better with it. We're getting better. We're slowly and surely getting better. And here's the thing. The more people who tune in for gaming streams, the more gaming streams I'll do. You're so dramatic, Uncle Gumbald, as if you don't stay here for all of my Dark Souls 2 streams. Decayed Slav says, do you have any game suggestions? Yes. My go-to game suggestions for all people is Pathologic 2 specifically. Go play it. Just go play the game. You don't have to play Pathologic 1, although Pathologic 1 is amazing, but Pathologic 2 is my recommendation. If you like extremely terrifying and amazing horror games that will deeply move you, go play Darkwood. And let's see, let's throw in another one. Disco Elysium, if you haven't played it. Oh, shit, I forgot. True, says Nasty. Nasty says, if you're a Slav, you gotta play Pathologic, it's your homework. True. Yuri says, wait, Demon Mama's gonna play the old MGS games? Yes, I intend to play through all of the old MGS games on stream. I've also been playing them off stream on my own time and deeply enjoying them, but yeah. What else was I gonna say? There was something else I was gonna say. Majora's Mask. There's another game I recommend. That's an older one, but yes, Majora's Mask is amazing. May Shadow of the Erd Tree corrupt your save. If Shadow of the Erd Tree corrupts my Dark Souls save, Dark Souls 2 save, we're playing through again. That's just how it's gonna go. Midnight Knock, separate channel for gaming, or do you not want to have that much work? Because me neither. So I don't know what the right answer is for this type of stuff. I have considered making a second channel where I post like gaming reviews and cultivate just gaming related stuff, but I have also heard that it's not necessary because of the size of my channel, that if you're under like 100K, that it's better to just pivot your currently existing channel than to try and create a new one. And the reality is, like, my channel has always included gaming stuff, and we have more people than ever who are tuning in for my gaming stuff. So it's just a matter of slowly and surely getting the word out there and showing people how much fun we have with the gaming stuff. I do have a gaming channel. However, the gaming channel is, it was mostly just a repository for the gaming VODs specifically. I never really built it up as a standalone channel, which I probably should have done, but yeah, and also we haven't uploaded on it in forever, so yeah. Leftists never have popular gaming channels. I don't know that that's true, but also, there's always room for a first, right? I do want to get back to uploading my playthrough stuff on Demon Mama Gaming. I just need to sit down and actually do it. We've had a very busy last like year and a half. It's been wild. We've done some crazy good gaming streams. The Cult of the Lamb streams were incredible. The Dark Souls gaming streams have been amazingly fun. I've been really proud of them. But you know, there's been a lot of stuff going on, so. Oh, I'm gonna play Bloodborne, don't you worry. We're gonna get there. Yeah. So. I've been doing a lot of thinking about how to continue growing and whatever. The good news is, and I guess we'll talk about this now before we do everything else, but the channel has been, we're back on the uptake on subs again. We had a small period where we kind of plateaued with regard to gaining new subs. Don't know really why, but we're back on the up and up again. We've gained like 200, almost 200 subs in the last month, so we're definitely picking up speed again. And if we keep this up, I imagine that we'll keep growing. which would be fantastic because I'd like us to break through the plateau. I've been putting in an incredible amount of work into my channel. So, but also, there's a lot of other things I want to do too. Like this is my like career at this point, but I have a lot of other projects I want to do, including pretty major artistic projects that I've been cooking for a while. So, yeah, you know. Uncle Gumbald says laugh at conservatives more. Actually, no, I don't actually think that's really it. Believe it or not, people are kind of bored of laughing at conservative stuff. It's kind of weird. People are kind of tired of it. And honestly, I have to be 100% real. I think that politics spaces are kind of cooked right now, in a really bad way, which is it's a genuine sadness. I've talked about this a million times in various forms, but I've been streaming for over 4 years now, coming up on 4.5 years that I've been streaming. And I started as a politics streamer. I've always done political content, and there has never been a time where like the political content atmosphere is worse. There are entrenched channels, and that's it. There are very few small and mid-level channels that are doing like, you know, focusing on politics. And the few that do exist are doing politics via drama, which is basically like it's mostly drama content, let's be real. The stuff that used to exist that created like a beating heart, you know, the flows of blood and I don't mean blood in the sense of arguments, but I mean like the flows of nutrients that fed various channels at one point and gave people things to be collaborating on. They've been decimated. It's in a really rough spot. Yeah, exactly, sentient rad. That's true. Politics content is drama content for nerds, kind of, but also like there's this problem that has always existed, which is the fact that like that as online entertainers, there's only so much politics that you can get involved in within the parameters of YouTube, and also there is a tendency for people to really latch on to very particular figures because of the way that these platforms are structured. So, anyway, it's a thing. It's a whole thing. Are we cooked? I don't think we're cooked, for sure. I don't think we're cooked here, not at all. I just think that political spaces are cooked, and I don't think I'm the only one who's noticed that. Not even close. There's just yeah. Circa 111 says, what type of mid-level content do you think the community needs? Well, I don't think there is a politics community that's functioning right now. I just don't think it exists. And so first there needs to be a community built. There needs to actually be some level of like organic, there needs to be some kind of organic like, you know, growth and people need to there actually needs to be conversations being had. And right now, there's just not really a good way to do that. Between the chaos of social media platforms changing and not really loving political content, Twitch outright got rid of their politics section. TikTok might be banned in the near future, largely for political reasons. Politics content is just very difficult to make a career on, and it's almost impossible to even make a side career on as like a content creator. And people want to be able to if you want people to be able to focus on being a content creator, they got to be able to make a living. And so then there's all this question of, well, how do you do it? Well, you supplement it with stuff that isn't strictly political, but that you paint politics onto, like drama. and then it becomes a giant mess because there's no possible way for people to build any sort of real functioning community when there's such a mixture of politics and drama on a constant basis. And of course, there's other problems, like you have issues of dark money, and which is a whole thing that has been being discussed a lot lately with regard to lefty spaces and right-wing spaces. Of course, we know that like that's how right-wing politics is built. Gigantic special interest groups are willing to drop an incredible amount of money investing in channels, investing in conglomerates or groups like Daily Wire and stuff like that. But it's a mess. For video essays are a little bit easier. Video essays are still thriving. Like political video essays have a little bit of a better path, but the streaming thing is just like, with streaming, you have to stream a lot in order to build your presence. You have to spend a lot of time on camera talking about stuff. And there's not, like, you get content droughts naturally because there's only so much politics you can actually talk about before you've said the same thing 100,000 times and nobody wants to hear it anymore. So with streaming, it's a lot harder. When you're a video essayist channels can choose a topic, go really in depth, drop a 1-hour video, 2 times a month, and hey, it's working. But even still, even among the political stuff, for video essayist channels, it's still not as easy of a path. Didn't TikTok get banned? Yes, the TikTok ban is supposed to go through later this year. We don't know how it's actually going to go down. It might get appealed. It might just be that, like, TikTok in the United States is sold off to some, second-hand company. I don't know. Ashmar says, so what you're saying is you're switching to video essays? No. No. Doing video essays is certainly interesting to me, and I'm not opposed to it. I might do some kind of video essay, but I think I'm much more likely to continue streaming, but stream, like I have been, where I've been adapting my content to be, let me give you an example, okay? So something you've probably noticed among political streamers is political streamers. I bet if you watch other political streamers, you probably notice how all of them have this really rigid stream structure of like, we're doing a segment, we're doing a segment, we're doing a segment. Okay, guys, all the segments are done. And then those segments get uploaded as videos. And the reason for that is because that is the, like, essentially the most profitable and valuable way to do it. But it also greatly disrupts the flow of streams that makes streams strong. So like, when you go and watch Northern Lion or Germa or name another gaming streamer that you think is cool, think of somebody like that, like they might have like, we're going to be playing this at this time of the day, but they're not sitting there going, okay guys, time for a segment. Now I'm going to basically pretend to record a video and do it live. And then we're going to turn that into something that's kind of masquerading as like a video essay, but it isn't because it's not edited and it's like off the cuff. They don't do that. They have a very natural flow to their streams. They're riffing with chat. They're doing different little events. There's all kinds of little things going on, which is what brings people to streams. It's what people are in love with streams. That gets suppressed when you spend too much time doing segments, but you need to do segments in order for political content to be valuable, because a lot of politics viewers, a lot of people who like politics aren't actually into the live stream side of things. So there's a whole problem with it right now. And it used to be that there was all kinds of different stuff that you could do to supplement politics streamings and make it organic. There was a time when there was tons and tons of like debates going on that were like, some of them were trash, some of them were like good, and there was like a lot of different genuine personalities engaging and talking with one another, and that was fairly entertaining. But, you know, that doesn't exist really anymore, not even close. And also the hunger isn't there for it anymore because people got exhausted of the format being hard to watch at times. But there was, at its peak, a lot of like stuff like that where people would talk about politics and it would generate discussions, would generate interest that could then be talked about and analyzed and whatever. But, you know. So all of this is to say that all of this is to say that politics streaming is in a weird place right now as a type of content. There isn't really a community around it. There is like some personalities who used to participate in some communities, but the communities have functionally fallen apart. And that might change in the future, which would be very interesting to see. I don't know if it will change, but it might. And in the meantime, like, there are channels that have that are well established that can keep doing the same thing, and that's great. And you know, people are there for that. But other channels, including myself, we have to think about things and adapt and adjust according to the way the world is changing. I will always talk about politics. There is no way that I will not talk about politics. I'm too politically minded to stop talking about politics. But I've realized I wanted to change the way that I go about doing it for more than one reason, both for personal fulfillment, because I used to do lots of news stuff, and I don't really love the news stuff anymore. It's just not my cup of tea. So I want to talk about it more on a discursive level. You know, we're talking about a subject that I find important, like we're going to do today. And also, I want to spend more time talking about things that I'm passionate about, that are creative and that are a part of my, you know, message to the world. When I first started streaming, I saw political streaming as a very organic way to talk about politics while also, like, you know, having a lot of other things to say. And as time went on, the politics part, the parts that were considered politics, began to eat more and more and more of like my mind and my time on stream, until it got to a point where it was like, it felt almost inescapable. But that's not fair. It's not fair to do to anybody, really, unless somebody is just super passionate about politics and that's their only thing, you know? So. Smallmouth says, to be honest, I kind of miss rowdy debate panels, even though they were hella toxic. They weren't always toxic. Debate panels used to be fairly rowdy without being super toxic. They became toxic as desperation and starvation started to set in, and people felt the need to sort of squeeze the life out of it in the name of factionalism and certain concepts of growth. And then they stopped being organic and fun. They stopped being places where content creators would sit down and talk through and like work through things and you know, sometimes aggressively work through things, but discuss concepts and go back and forth and broaden each other's minds and things like that. And they turned into this a lot of like, I don't know, business decisions, so to say, you know. The news is also extreme. A Spyro Gal says the news is also extremely depressing right now. It's important, but people are burnt out. Yes, they are. And also, they're right to be burnt out. People need hope and beauty in their lives, and not just terror and fear. People will deal with the hard things better if there is more beauty and hope in their lives. And I guess I've seen more of that and wanted to do more of that as time has gone on, and I think I've succeeded at that. My channel has changed a lot, whether everyone has fully, you know, paid close attention or not. My channel has changed a lot over the last 2 years, especially. I've been very, very carefully and directly molding my channel to take a slightly different role, and I think I've succeeded at that. And I want to get even better at it, you know? Yeah, so. That's right, there's the garden. That's right, we've been gardening. We've been gardening hard. We've been gardening well. And I have a bunch of other ideas that I'm working on as well. Some really cool stuff. Some kind of out there stuff that I think y'all will like. You'll see. I got good stuff. I got good stuff in the oven, okay? I'm cooking, all right? You all will see in time. Anyway, that was a big long ramble, but I hope it was edifying and interesting. I like to talk about this kind of stuff. Yeah. Straw Hat Monty 97 says, personally, I like investing myself in the evils of the world with an informed and entertaining commentator. I don't care how depressing it is. I could watch my favorite commentators comment on news for thousands of hours. And that's great. But not every content creator can do that, and not every viewer can do that. I think that's good, and you will certainly never run dry of people doing that. There will always be people who are going to be willing to talk about that. And I am always going to, at times, talk about those types of things. But I also feel a calling to do different and more things and different things. And also, connected to that, my role has always been different. When I first came to these spaces, I was heavily inspired by you know, the sort of rising tide of lefty video essayists, debaters, and commentators. But as time went on, I saw more and more how necessary it was to facilitate community, especially among queer people, and that facilitating community among queer people had better political outcomes than just being another voice talking about the news. When I look back at the 4+ years of my channel, the greatest victories have been in the connections that I have helped facilitate, in the fundraisers that we've managed to do, in the miracles that we've worked among the community, largely between queer people and allies to queer people. So when I look back and I see those things and I go, oh my God, we did something truly amazing. We actually changed the world. And, you know, so for me, it was like, I came into this space with a very, I'll be honest, I was like a Bernie head when I first started streaming. That was where I was at. And since then, I have changed and recognized that there is a different type of politics that I think is more important, that people aren't doing, or that a lot of people aren't doing. And yeah. That wasn't super, I didn't express myself perfectly there, but I believed when I first started this channel that basically what I was supposed to do was that if I put my voice out there and took part in the like broader democratic process or whatever, that would save people. Like that was the actions that were important in order to make the world a better place. When I first started streaming, I was coming out of experiencing an extremely difficult portion of my life that was complicated by the relationship that me and the people around me and the area that I lived in had with the state. You know, I lived in an area that was devastated by wildfires. My life had been severely damaged by the availability of healthcare, which had been made worse because of the wildfires, which were the product of extreme corporate and state neglect. And I saw this like Bernieite type of path of like, people just got to put their voice out there. And if enough people speak up, then things will change. And it didn't really happen that way. And I'm not saying that that's not valuable, but it's not the way that I look at politics anymore. And I have realized that through a different type of politics, we can actually save people. We can actually make the world a better place. We can actually give people fuel to keep living by rule number one. But with a different approach, more people use it. I can use this platform and I can use what I make, and I can use my voice and my body and my artistic talent to reach people in a way that makes it more likely that they're going to hold on, and more likely that they're going to see the world in a different way that helps them help other people. And that's really important to me. So, yeah. Somniostatic, that's one of the greatest prides of my entire career, and I don't know that I'll ever top it. I was very happy to be able to help with that. And I wasn't the only one, but I was very happy to be able to help with that. I realized that, I realized that there's, I don't know. I had a very particular thing that I thought that I had to do, and it didn't work out that way. In fact, the way that it actually kind of played out is that, that stepping out into the world and putting my voice out there actually resulted in an incredible amount of personal cost, and no one heard, very few people heard me, and almost no one who had power was able to hear me. So I incurred great personal cost, and my voice never reached the people who could make a change in the world in that way. And then I realized that there were tons of people listening to me who could change their world and who could change the world. That I was suffering on behalf of these of figures that didn't care. My voice was never going to be heard by the likes of Joe Biden, or even Joe Biden's, second in command, or third in command, or fourth, or fifth, or sixth, or seventh, or eighth, or ninth, or 10th. That no one in the government cared, and does care. And that's abundantly clear now, right? If we want to just talk about it, Joe Biden right now is struggling desperately. There was just a big article about it, about how much Joe Biden's campaign is completely struggling to connect with any sort of influencers whatsoever. And instead of taking that as a warning sign and adjusting their platform, they're trying to pay content creators to shill for them, explicitly. And they still can't get people because they're not offering enough money for people to sell out their values. And that just tells you where it's at right now. That creative voices of influencers on the internet, that's not how that's not how most of us can influence the world, if any of us. So I have come to see a different path, a path that does impact the world effectively, and it's just a different shape. It's not the white picket fence sales pitch of the social democrat type worldview. Instead, it's going, okay, hold on a second. What am I actually able to do? I can connect to people greatly. I can make them laugh. I can help them see things in their lives in a different light that feels empowering to them, that gives them strength on a day-to-day basis. I can use the spotlight I have to shine on things, on projects that people are working on, or that are amazing and interesting and beautiful, or on people who are in need. You know what I mean? So this is a big ramble, but I hope that it's all making sense. And I hope it's all making sense what I'm saying here, and why. I guess I'm trying to just walk people through my thought process with regard to why I've changed my content so much, and my change in approach towards politics content. Yeah. I will do my best, Midnight Knock. I will do my absolute best. Anyway, that was a bit of a ramble, but again, I hope it made sense. I want to talk about a movie. Are we ready to talk about a movie, a really important movie? And then, are we ready to talk about a really important topic? Because I am. I'm ready to talk about a movie. Let me get my page up here. Wait, hold on. Where did it go? Here it is. I had a thing open that I wanted to keep open for this. Let's see here. Oh, wait, here we go. All right. Let's do this. Let's talk about a very important movie. My lovely, lovely imps. A few weeks ago, I saw The TV Glow. That's right. I saw a movie called I Saw the TV Glow. It has a really, really cool movie poster that looks like this. People have been talking about it a whole lot. It was directed by Jane Schoenbrunn and starring Justice Smith and Bridget Lundy Payne. It was a truly fantastic horror film. And I've waited a couple of weeks to talk about it because I wanted to give people time to go see it. It is now on streaming. You can see it on, I think it's on Amazon. So you can see it for pretty cheap up on Amazon. I highly recommend you go see it. I'm going to do a little review and a discussion here. The second half of this is going to have spoilers, but I'll let you know, so you can tune out if you want to, if you don't want to have any spoilers. But I highly recommend you go see this movie. It is a absolutely gorgeous film, and it is on the topics and themes that it is built around are incredibly important, especially right now. I Saw the TV Glow is a movie about, on the surface, it's a movie about two high schoolers who are both sort of obsessed with this, young adult TV show, kind of in the vein of like a Buffy the Vampire Slayer type TV show. It's a show where the characters of the show are fighting a monster of the week, and there's a big bad character that they go after. And these two characters who are both sort of socially alienated bond over this TV show. And from there, the whole story unfolds. The soundtrack is absolutely incredible from beginning to end. It is a breathtaking soundtrack. I absolutely adore it. The energy of the soundtrack is like it's like a soul trying to break free, and at times it does, and at other times it doesn't. But I truly love it, and it's the choice of styles throughout the movie creates a very dreamlike experience. Now, I mentioned at the beginning of this that I Saw the TV Glow is a horror movie, and when I when I went and looked at some of the like trailers for this movie, and when I heard some people talking about it as a horror movie, I expected something very different. It is not the type of horror movie where, you know, scary things jump at you, or there's lots of gore or anything like that at all. It is a deeply psychological horror film, and its most horrifying moments are emotional and psychological. Not like, you know, the sort of like get your heart beating going, like, oh, what if there's a monster around the corner? In fact, most of the monsters that you see in this movie are quite funny intentionally. The special effects of the monsters and the characters are sort of intentionally over the top and a little cheesy. And I quite love it. They're fantastically made, but they have a very particular look that evokes, you know, low-budget television monster effects. It's really, really well done. As far as the cinematography goes, the entire time I was watching this movie, I couldn't stop thinking about David Lynch. Most of my viewers will know that I'm a huge, huge fan of David Lynch, and this movie reminded me in so many ways of David Lynch's films. The choice of shots, the way that the characters were directed, the characters have this incredibly strange energy to them that is shared with a lot of David Lynch's films, which can be off-putting to people. And I always want to tell people, you just got to look a little deeper and try and overcome your sort of preconceptions about how you know, characters are supposed to act in a show, in this or in a movie in this case. In this movie, the characters have a tendency to sort of monologue at the screen in sometimes disorienting fashions, and it can be very off-putting. It's very intentional. It's designed to feel uncomfortable and confrontational in a weird way, and a little bit alien in some ways. And there's a whole bunch of reasons for it that we're going to get into in a little bit. But I wanted to talk about that in the review portion because it's something that I've noticed that some people have complained about. And they also complain about that in David Lynch's stuff as well, where especially in like the later seasons of Twin Peaks, the characters behave kind of strange sometimes. And not in the ways that you would assume from other films. And some people can't handle that. I find it fascinating when a movie decides to go with very different directorial decisions, where the actors are, you know, when the actors communicate their lines in ways that don't necessarily feel like the sort of standard accepted practice for what an organic conversation is. In truth, though, sometimes conversations in the real world can be very uncomfortable, especially when all of the characters involved are under psychological duress and are perhaps disoriented about what's happening to them. It's amazing. I cannot recommend I Saw the TV Glow enough. For me, it is like a 9 out of 10, maybe even a 10 out of 10 film. I really, really like it a lot. And the performances are fantastic. And you know, Justice Smith, Bridget, I don't know exactly if it's Bridget or Bridget. I don't know, Brigette. I don't know exactly how her name is pronounced. Brigette Lundy Payne. Brigitte, I don't know. People say different ways. I'm not 100% sure. But regardless, both absolutely fantastic as the leads of the film. It's pronounced baguette. I don't think it is, but maybe. Oh, that's good to know. I didn't know that. That's fantastic to know. But absolutely fantastic film. And so now is the part where I have given my little quick review and the quick rundown of the major features of the film, the aspects of it that I found compelling, and now I want to talk about the meat of the film, and why that really knocks me out of the park. So this is the part where I'm gonna say we're gonna get into spoilers. I wanted to give a rundown to go, sell the film for people who haven't seen it so that they'll go watch it, because I do feel like you will enjoy this movie the most if you don't know exactly what you're getting into. But now I want to just to put up a bit of a spoiler warning as we go forward, because it's gonna get pretty heavy here, and I don't know how else to avoid that. So there you go. So the film I Saw the TV Glow is in many, many ways a movie about transgender repression and transgender regret. And I don't mean regret in the way that you hear it used in the popular culture at the moment, where it's used as almost a propagandistic term to speak badly about trans people. Instead, I mean about not. In this case, it's about not making the decisions that you need to make, about allowing other people to make decisions in your life for you, as opposed to setting out and making the choices that are right for you. And it goes very, very hard on this front. It's one of the most painful films that I've seen in a very long time when it comes to just blatantly confronting and throwing it at the screen, the fact that you only get to live one time, and if you don't weigh that fact, that one life that you have, if you don't weigh that carefully, you can damn yourself to a horrible, painful, agonizing, and suffocating existence. Throughout the film, it's really incredible. One of the things I love most about this film is that it is completely non-linear as far as time goes. It is a movie that is narrated by the character Owen, who is a sort of very awkward and lonely kid at the beginning of the movie. But throughout the movie, we're flashing forward, we're flashing back. Time flows totally unnaturally in this film. We go to the future, we go to the past, we jump far into the future eventually, and we never really, it kind of pulls you all over the place in a very disorienting fashion for a lot of the film. And it's incredible because that disorientation is later revealed to be the product of the combined product of an unreliable narrator and a narrator who is severely repressing negative or certain memories. So we are being told a story by our narrator Owen that is missing enormous sections, and we never fully know whether, until the very tail end of the film, we never really know whether Owen is even aware of these things fully, if we're being lied to, or if Owen just can't remember these types of things. It's an incredible touch, and there is one point in the movie where our other character Tara is basically the only character in the entire film they go out of their way to basically speak to the audience and acknowledge the audience's disorientation, to basically be like, don't you feel how time is moving all wrong? Don't you feel all of this? Don't you feel like stuff is missing? And it's this incredible thing because it's a confrontation towards the character Owen, while also at the same time validating a very real emotion that is going to be present in most of the audience. That the audience is going to be feeling like there's something is missing here. I don't understand why we're going forward and back in time, why we're jumping through years that just disappear. It's not strictly a fourth wall break, but it is. It pierces the fourth wall without like being what you normally think of a fourth wall break. Like there's no character that turns to the camera and goes, "Hey, you." It's instead a validation of what everyone else is experiencing as you ride along in the film. So throughout this movie, at the beginning of the movie, what we understand is we basically only see one part of the story for the first, I'd say maybe the first half of the film, which is this character Owen and his friend Tara. Tara, at the time, at the beginning of the movie, goes by the name Maddie. And they are both they're both kind of awkward losers at their school. They don't have a lot of friends, neither of them do. And they start to bond over this TV show, like I mentioned. They bond over a TV show called The Pink Opaque. And it's a hyperfixation for Maddie, and it becomes a hyperfixation for Owen. And we see as the movie goes on that they are really attached to this TV show to the point where like Owen's family does not allow him to watch the TV show. He's like, his dad, at one point, his dad literally says, "Isn't that a show for girls?" and won't let him engage with it. So Owen actually has to kind of come up with a lie to his family so that he can go and hang out with his friend and watch this movie, or watch this TV show. And his friend, who is at the time named Maddie, is basically smuggling him recorded VHSs. No, I absolutely will, Lydia, in this case. You will understand why I'm going to say that in a minute. So Maddie is smuggling VHSs to Owen, and that is an incredibly special thing for Owen. And now, as the movie goes on, we get to a point where Maddie basically says, "I'm going to run away. I can't do this. Like, I can't live my life anymore. I'm not happy. I need to run away. I need to go and live my own life." And Owen is terrified. Is terrified of this. And Maddie invites Owen, says, "Owen, we've always had a connection. Run away with me. We're both miserable here. This town is not going to do it." And when we reach this point as viewers in the movie, we're kind of confused because we don't fully understand why Maddie wants to run away so bad. It's just like, that kind of seems sudden. And Owen is like, "I can't do that. I'm not going to do that." So Owen sort of agrees at first and then backs out at the last minute, and Maddie disappears. This becomes an incredibly traumatic moment for Owen because Maddie was basically Owen's only friend. And also because, so Owen is left alone, fixating on this television show that represents something that they had together. Now, time goes forward, and Owen continues to live his life. And one day, Maddie reappears and looks very different. And when Owen addresses Maddie as Maddie, Maddie says, "That's not my name anymore." And this is where the film kind of starts to twist your brain, and it starts to hurt a lot. So Maddie has become Tara, and from now on I will refer to Tara as Tara. Owen, and Tara invites Owen, hey, come to a spot. You know where it is. Here's where I want you to come meet me. Come meet me here and we'll talk more. I've been gone for 10 years or 8 years, and I want to tell you what's been going on. And I see you're still living this way. And so Owen agrees and goes and meets up with Tara. And they go to this incredible bar that is just completely loaded to the top with queer people. It is incredible. It is a gay bar of the highest order. And the music is amazing. It really reminded me of Twin Peaks: The Return, where it is all what's the term? Oh no, I'm messing. Diegetic music. It's all of the music in this part of the movie is in the world. So they're sitting in a bar and there is a live music performance, and that is the music for the movie at that part. And they're talking about things. They're talking about all kinds of stuff. And Tara is saying, is basically like, what do you remember about our time together? And Owen is like, we used to watch TV. We used to watch The Pink Opaque. We used to enjoy this TV show. And Tara goes, okay, but what was it really? What was the show? Was it just about a TV show for you? Or was it something more? And Owen is like, it was a TV show. And then Tara is saying, Tara keeps saying, it was a real thing. There was something real. We bonded about the Pink Opaque. We bonded through a theme in this TV show. And Tara begins to speak almost exclusively in metaphor at this point. And as Tara continues to ask Owen more, we get flashbacks. And the flashbacks reveal that actually they didn't just watch a TV show. That during the time that they were spending together, they would talk about all kinds of things. And we finally slowly work out a memory from within Owen's mind of Owen dressing in a beautiful pink dress. And then it all kind of starts to click. We also start to see as Tara continues to like use this metaphor throughout the movie. There have been these moments where we go into their imagination and we see the characters that they're like, basically they're OCs. They make OCs that are in the Pink Opaque universe, and we now realize that like their OCs are truly self-inserts. One of them is named Tara, and the other one is named Isabel. And we now see with this flashback that the pink dress is the same one, or a very similar one, to what Isabel is wearing in their little imaginary OC universe. And this kind of causes Owen to have a freak out. Owen starts to freak out and basically be like, I don't know what you're talking about. This is crazy. And so Tara says, meet me at our school tonight. I have something to show you. And so Owen, feeling very scared, decides to go to the school and finds a tent has been set up. And inside the tent, Tara has set up a projector and a turntable and has basically made a presentation. And this presentation is Tara talking about in the metaphor of the show, of the Pink Opaque show, talks about how they basically died. They buried themselves alive and went through the greatest agony imaginable, but that they came out the other side and when they came out the other side, they had gotten the powers of their characters that they invented as children. And this whole section is it's extremely dreamlike, and it sort of fades between the imaginary and the real over and over again. But we obviously see that it is not literally referring to gaining the powers of the TV show, but rather that Tara is talking about a sense of becoming something real, something that was valuable to them. And they confront Owen gently, but also firmly, and basically go, I know that you know that this is real. I know that that you know that what I'm saying is real. And Tara says, there's this great line where Tara basically says, the cost of coming back to this town has been incredible, and I can't do it again. But I didn't want to leave you here suffering, so please consider coming with me this time. And at first it doesn't 100% check, but if you think about it for a second, the cost is, of course, that Tara came back to a place where no one knows them as Tara. And it gets even worse because Owen uses Tara's old name again, despite Tara explicitly saying, I don't go by that name anymore. And it's a really painful scene. And basically, Tara says, come with me. Like, there is a grave, just like the one that I had to go into, and I've made it for you. And if you want to, I will be with you as you go through this in a way that I didn't have. I went through this alone, but you don't have to be alone. And so they go out to this football field where there's a grave, an open grave has been dug, and that Tara prepared basically for Owen, so that Owen could go through the transformation to become a member of the Pink Opaque, like in their TV show. And when they get out there to the field, Owen freaks out and tackles Tara to the ground and then runs. And then he locks himself in his house and refuses to see Tara again until Tara's gone. And at this point in the film, we have basically one more scene before an absolutely enormous time skip. And the scene that we go through here is Owen basically obsessively diving back into the TV show, the Pink Opaque TV show. He watches it obsessively. He watches it so obsessively that he starts to become genuinely suicidal. And he actually, at one point, yearns so strongly and so self-destructively to jump into the TV show that he puts his head through a TV. And he is rescued by his father, the father who has been basically constantly trying to get him to behave a certain way. He's saved by his father, who pulls his head out of the TV and puts him into the shower. And in this scene, despite this scene apparently happening in the real world, we see that the overlap between the imagined reality of the Pink Opaque and reality, and the reality that the characters live in every moment of their days, start to meld. And it gets to the point where Owen starts vomiting up this blue substance. He's just throwing it up all over the place, all over all over the bathroom and all this stuff. And that in the TV show, the blue goo is like a substance that tranquilizes and weakens the characters of the show so that they can have their hearts removed by the villain of the show, a character named Mr. Melancholy. and we see Owen like throwing up all this blue juice. And then his dad is like there, like washing him and basically putting the blue juice right back into him again, right after he throws it up. And yeah, that happens too. That's true. But we start to put together that this blue goo is sort of fed and brought in. It's something that is brought in from the outside that prepares someone to have their heart removed. And that Owen is like throwing this up essentially in great quantities, that Owen has consumed an enormous amount of this blue goo. And the implication, of course, being that, Owen's heart is gone. And of course, that is something that Tara says. Tara states, "I traveled to the lair of Mr. Melancholy, and my heart was there, and so was yours, but I can't get it. Only you can get it." And then we get a time skip. The movie jumps forward 20 years. And we see Owen in this part. No more is there the dream-like quality to anything. Owen is narrating directly at the screen, telling you what is. We no longer have the influence of Tara. We no longer have the influence of the imaginary or the dreamlike world of the pink opaque. It is just from this point out, it is Owen speaking to you directly. And there's even a part where Owen is like, "I never saw Tara again," says the wrong name a third time, but "I never saw Tara again, but I'm fine. I'm happy. I have a whole family and I love them very much." And we don't ever actually see the family in the film. The family is never actually shown in the movie at all. But nonetheless, Owen looks at the camera and tells you. And then it proceeds to this horrifying scene where Owen is basically gasping, increasingly every single day, gasping for breath, suffering painfully, and eventually completely snaps, and has a public breakdown at his job, which, of course, which at that point, the seams on reality start to break. He has a breakdown and nobody sees it happen, implying that it's literally only in his mind, that he is screeching out loud, screaming for help in his mind, and no one else can actually perceive it. They don't see it, they don't hear it, they can't help him at all. It is in his mind that he is screaming in agony, nearly dying. It's a horrifying scream. I mean, at one point, Justice Smith is literally screaming for his mother, like literally screaming, "Mommy, please save me," as like a I don't know, like 40-plus-year-old character screaming for his mother, and then he kind of oh yeah, we also see him at home, still watching the TV show from his childhood, The Pink Opaque, and when he watches it now, it is like, he's like, it's cheesy. And when we see him watching it now, it's completely different than what it was before. When we saw them watching it before, it was like a Buffy the Vampire Slayer type show, like a little cheesy but pretty exciting. Now when he goes and watches it, the show is like literally like a children's show. Like, there's like no budget at all. The children are just like goofing around. It's like the characters look really dumb. It looks like a Barney type TV show. And he's just watching it over and over and over again out of a sense of like nostalgia for like the most raw, like, comfort item this show has become. And then the film ends with a really horrifying and violent scene of Owen harming himself. It's wild. It's wild how intense that final bit is. Now, this is all the spoilers are now, like, you know, I've laid out all the spoilers for the film. But there's a couple of things that stood out as particularly masterful and shocking to me. One is the level of basically audience gaslighting that goes on from the narrator. Like, Owen's character is the most unreliable narrator that you can imagine. Not only can we not trust his recollection of real world events, but we can't even trust his recollection of the cartoon, or of the TV show, not a cartoon, the TV show that he watched. We see it take various forms based on how he's feeling about it. And at the end of the film, the show has become like nothing. It's not even like, it's an almost unwatchable like show that's meant for children. It's a children's plaything. And we don't know what version of the show it really was, because the show wasn't what it was about. Of course, in reality, what the pink opaque stood for, what it actually stood for both Owen and Tara, was them exploring gender together, was them both exploring their identities together and finding togetherness in a world that was very hostile to them and that didn't understand them and that constantly tried to repress them. And for Tara saw this for what it was and said, I have to do something about this. I can't just live in a fantasy built around a children's television show. And for Owen made the sort of the horrifying decision, the decision to say, it's just a TV show. What are you talking about? To the point that of literally suppressing actual memories that he had that were. Oh, by the way, I think the only time we see Owen's character smile in the entire movie, I forgot to mention this, it's kind of important, but I think the only time we see Owen's character actually smile in almost the entire movie is when he's wearing the dress, the pink dress. That's basically the only time. And he refuses to acknowledge that memory. He represses that memory because to confront it would mean to acknowledge that the pink opaque wasn't just a comfortable, nostalgic television show. It wasn't just a comfort blanket, but rather it represented two people exploring and being honest with themselves in a way that they otherwise felt that they couldn't. And also, of course, it would mean confronting the missed opportunities. The missed opportunity to run away with Tara in the first case, and the missed opportunity to have Tara help in the second case. It's a painfully brutal movie in that regard. It's a movie that represents like, and it's so, the ending is so horrifying. That's why I say it's not like your typical horror movie, that it's so psychological, because the horror sets in at the end of realizing our character isn't going to be okay. Our character is dying while being alive. Our character is a functional zombie, and that he refused every opportunity that he had because of fear, and instead lives a life of agony. And it is extremely sad. Prosy Rosie says, real question, does Tara even exist? Yes, in my opinion, my read of the film is that absolutely, Tara is absolutely real. Tara is a friend who chose to transition and went through a lot of hell for that. Tara chose to be who they are. Tara chose to bury themselves in a grave alive, to bury themselves alive and go through the ultimate pain, but that they came out the other side as a different person. They ran away from home and left everything in their life because they needed to be who they are. Tara represents that, and also that they came back. They came back and endured misgendering, endured a refusal of their identity, even at the hands of their best friend. Note that Owen repeatedly dead names and disrespects Tara's wishes. Yeah, it's so much. Oh my God. Also, one thing, there's a yes, exactly. Gayfesh says, I also saw the scene at the end where Owen is screaming for his life to a room of people who ignore him, and then he goes and apologizes for the outburst, and they again ignore him, as kind of just a commentary on how society would be happy to just ignore all pleas of our community. I think that's an accurate read as well. I think that's just as, I mean, I think it's, the basic idea is that whether that outburst actually happens, like truly, as in like he actually screams into the room, or whether it's just abundantly apparent that this person is suffering and nobody cares and aggressively ignores it, I think that conclusion is correct. The idea that this is a society that is more than happy to ignore and assist in the repression, that there is a societal level gaslighting, telling you at all times that the pink opaque does not exist, that all of it is just in your head, and that everything that you're telling yourself is a lie, a childish lie, made up. It's so painful on that front. It is so incredibly painful, and that's the crazy thing, because on one hand, Owen is validated constantly by refusing to acknowledge this past, by saying, oh, it's actually just a TV show. But Owen has to become what's the right word? Obstinately ignorant in order to not understand the metaphors that Tara is using. But it's convenient, of course, and it's validated in that way. As the viewers, the only person who ever validates what we have seen and what we have experienced is Tara. And it's so interesting in that front that it makes the movie like so incredible on that front, because whether or not you're trans or queer or have ever experienced being in the closet or repression or anything like that, you're put into the shoes of someone who has, by that experience, by the fact that that you have a character, the protagonist that you're supposed to be able to trust, talking at you at all times, and you're clearly missing things. Something is wrong, and you can tell that it's wrong. And the only person who tells you this is the character who also experienced that and overcame it through incredible pain. It's a masterful stroke. And yeah, genuinely incredible. How strongly this movie communicates its themes. Denverton RD says, the part when Tara calls Owen Isabel so tenderly as they tried to convince him to find his heart again. Yeah, I know, it's brutal. It is an attempt at appealing to the true self through all of it, and it doesn't work, and it's so sad. It's so unbelievably painful to witness. And the crazy thing is, of course, we know through the rest of the film, through all the sections of the imaginary OCs and all of the memories and all of this stuff, we know that Owen really does see himself aspirationally. He wants to be the Isabel so badly, but he can't. He won't. He is too afraid to do it. And the film never judges the fear, ever. Not at all. Never once does the film say that Owen is wrong for being scared. In fact, Tara goes out of their way to validate the fear, and to communicate that, yes, it's terrifying, but I promise you there is hope on the other side, that you will suffocate and your heart will be gone forever if you can't overcome that fear. It's an incredibly painful movie, and also an incredibly amazing and beautiful movie. I went and saw it with 3 other trans people, and we were all devastated. We talked about it for hours afterwards. it ended up prompting us. We went out to dinner afterwards, and we were sitting in a private kind of booths area, and we were all sitting there talking about our various experiences with transition. Did a trans person make this movie? Yes. Yes. The director is trans and non-binary. It's I can't recommend it enough. There's so much that I haven't even been able to talk about, and I don't want to go too long because I did say that I wasn't going to do the longest review. There is another thing I should mention. At the end of this movie, there is a part where Owen is walking down a road, and while Owen is walking down the road, he crosses over a bunch of sidewalk chalk, and in the sidewalk chalk it's glowing brightly, and it says "There is still time," and that is the biggest fourth wall break in the entire movie. It's the movie literally reaching out and kind of poking people. I tend to agree with MKJ Moon. MKJ Moon here says, I saw the ending as Owen finally seeing what Tara was saying as true. And even if he decided to close his chest at that time, that once you see the truth, you can't unsee it. And Tara's message of there is still time had a hopeful edge to it. There is a hope. There is a thread of hope throughout the entire movie. In fact, there's multiple sections of the film. There's another one where Owen is walking down the halls of the school, and all over the walls of the school are these messages that are like, you can do it, seize the day, the best time to do it is now, never give up. Like, there's all these messages the environment is trying to communicate to both the viewer and to Owen. But at the end, there's like this horrifying self-harm scene. And it does. I agree with you in saying that, like, I think that scene communicates that Owen knows the truth, but also that Owen's only relief at this point is self-harm and and like the fumes of nostalgia. That Owen clings to the videos of the Pink Opaque that aren't doing anything anymore. The DVD versions on his gigantic screen TV just can't, they're not providing fuel. They're not actually comforting him anymore. And so he's had to turn to like this, he quite literally cuts at himself in order to relieve the pain of what he knows is inside. And yeah. What's the movie title? I Saw the TV Glow. It's amazing. Zoe Soft says, I don't think I have the heart to watch this movie. From everything I've heard from other trans girls, as a trans girl, watching this would devastate me. But it's not, it's a cautionary movie. It is a hard movie to watch. But you will provoke emotions, but I think that it's a positive experience, especially if you're someone who chose not to make the path, or to take the path that Owen chose. It's devastating in an encouraging way. Of course, it's devastating in an encouraging way, and the ultimate message of the movie is there is still time to everyone, which there is. I think this movie is really, really important. I think it's really, really important now, and I treasure this movie. And if you're hearing me go through all of this, just go see it anyway. Even with the spoilers, it won't ruin the movie for you. I promise you that the movie, the soundtrack and the visuals and the performances are so good that even if you've had the entire movie spoiled for you, it will still hit very, very well. And I guess I don't have much else to say at this point. No, actually, I have one more thing. One of my favorite shots in the entire movie is this. There's two, and I love these shots for very funny reasons. There is one shot in the beginning of the movie where the two characters are sitting in a dark room, and they start making they start their friendship in this dark, depressing room, and they're reading a book by the light of a vending machine. The rest of the room is all dark and blue and black, and the vending machine is all pink and orange and lit up, and it says Fruitopia, which is both a real product and also really funny because they're entering the color represents going into Fruitopia, the land of the fruits. And there's a second one, by the way, where later on in the film, the two characters it's when they meet again in a grocery store. And in the grocery store, the shot is it's awkward. Like, Owen is like this big at the bottom of the screen, and up on the top of the screen is these giant, like, corporate logo fruits. It's a bunch of super colorful giant wall art of fruit, and they're all just like hovering over this little tiny Owen as if he's surrounded by fruits. It's incredible. I actually love it. I love the fruit imagery at various points, specifically when the two fruits of the film come together. It's beautiful, and I love it. Anyway, that's my long review of I Saw the TV Glow. It was longer than I intended, but I hope that you enjoyed it. I certainly enjoyed the movie. I really want people to go see it because it is a beautiful meditation on why you should never repress, on why repression will suffocate you and destroy your mind and soul. And it does so. It's communicated in this beautifully dreamy, fantastically heartfelt and horrifying film. Go see it. I Saw the TV Glow. Absolutely amazing. All right, and at that point, that's the end of the review. So we'll talk about it a little bit. And then I want to talk about a connected subject. I want to talk about, from a not framing through the film, I want to talk about repression, the closet, and much, much more. It's only a 90-minute film, Yuri, so I'm sure you would. Soyboy69 says, it seems like it's too scary for me, honestly. I feel bad about it, but I really don't watch any adult TV. It's just too intense for me. All right, there you go. It's just too intense for any of those. The review's over, Windleby. That's a reference to one of the lines in the movie, by the way, for those who don't know. Fortnite with the tier 1 sub. Thank you very, very much. There is still time to play Dark Souls 2. We will be playing Dark Souls 2. Don't you worry. Comrade Girl 2018 says that review alone hit me hard. I had a feeling it would, but I've been wanting to review it and do it justice, and I hope I did. I could not have touched on everything in the film, but I wanted to weave together what stood out as important to me, and encourage people to go see it because I think it's a fantastic film, and I really hope that it gets all of the praise and views and money that it deserves, because it deserves a lot. Also, Gabsty1989, thank you so much for the 5 gifted YouTube memberships. Thank you so very much, Gabsty. Thank you so much. Fortnite says, I feel like there is still time as a companion to Do Not Fucking Die. You're right. The whole reason why I have do not fucking die is because there is still time. That's the whole idea. Lauren X Pandamus says, I really didn't pick up on the unreliable narrator aspect, and some parts make more sense now that I understand that. Yeah, it's the, you know, Owen is the ultimate unreliable narrator. And it's so tragic. It's so tragic. One moment. Just gotta check something real quick. And then we're gonna have a conversation about a related topic without actually talking about the film, because I wanted to talk about this topic. Give me just a second here. I have to check something. Give me just a minute here. Just checking my messages. Lydia says, Jane Schoenbrun's next movie is supposedly a slasher film about the awkwardness of trans intimacy. That sounds awesome. That sounds incredible, honestly. I'm here for it. I will look forward to that with great interest. Yes, Ashmar, 100% correct. Unreliable narrator, even to themselves. And for people who were asking earlier why I respected Tara's name, but not, I used Tara's name, but not, you know, the Isabel name. Well, because Owen never accepted Isabel. Owen's name isn't Isabel. Owen didn't make that change. Owen could not accept that part, and therefore never became that. To do so would be to impose an identity that someone else hasn't accepted for themselves. That's it. All right, here's what I'm gonna do. I need to use the restroom real quick, and then we are going to have a discussion, a very important discussion, about repression, the closet, and why you should live as yourself. That was actually someone making a funny noise downstairs. No one was actually crying, to my knowledge. That sounded like a funny noise to me. Yeah, so let me go to the restroom real quick. I'm going to play the bathroom song. Don't go anywhere. We're going to actually talk about this without the context of the movie because it's a very fitting topic. So I will be right back in just a moment. See you in just a second.
Hey, chat, Demon Mama has to go to the bathroom to listen to the Demon Mama bathroom song. She streams 20-hour days and 9 days a week, so let's give her and her bladder a little fucking break. Demon Mama bathroom song. It's been a minute and she's still in the bathroom. I'm not a math whiz, but I can count to 2. Let's all calm down and stay on the most while we wait and chat. Maybe someone here also needs a bathroom break. since Demon Mama went to the bathroom. Not like I'm counting, but this track that... So don't you fret, my little lips, cause I wrote this track down to give you something bobbing while she's taking the break. Jesus fucking Christ, can someone go check in the bathroom? I hope she doesn't lock the door. Lock the door. She doesn't lock the door. She locks the door. Need a little... Okay, you're just fucking with me now.
I was calling the song.
Do we need to call a doctor? Within your phone, the stream's still running. Song's over. Stop. Somebody.
Like and subscribe.
True! Like and subscribe. That's where you gotta be at. Like and subscribe. And of course, if you've been enjoying this stream, remember, this show is 100% free to the public. So if you'd like me to keep doing this and keep doing it more and better, please consider tossing a few bucks my way via YouTube or my website, or if you prefer, our Patreon, patreon.com/demonmama. All of that would be wonderful. Every donation is deeply appreciated. It is a 100% viewer supported show, so. Ideas in the Gourd says, I missed the bathroom song the last couple of streams. Well, now you got it this time. I've been trying to be better about taking breaks. I always get a little worried, you know. I don't know. I have the YouTuber numbers disease where I worry about viewer counts and, you know, taking a break. Sometimes people tune out, which really sucks, but I have to get better at it because it's healthier for me to take breaks more frequently. If I get up, move my legs, all that kind of stuff. I do these really long streams, and honestly, I have some bad habits that are probably not good for my back or, you know, my blood flow or anything like that. So I'm trying to get better about it. I'm making, you know, I'm doing a lot of stuff to improve my life, and that's one of them. You should probably pee more. Probably, but also, I don't know. I just incentivizing good habits. Yeah. I'm once again trying to draw mecha. Good luck. That's awesome. Mecha are sick as hell. I truly wish you the best. Also, I wanted to thank Omega Star. Thank you so much for joining the channel as a YouTube imp. Thank you so much. MKJ Moon says, the streamer I watch is a human who needs breaks. Shakachu. Yeah, listen. People are pretty fickle on the internet. It makes your favorite content creators on the internet go a little crazy. Some of us worse than others, but yeah. Another bored person says, Demon Mama, a reminder that quality viewers are worth more than fickle ones. Oh, trust me, I do know that, and thank you. I appreciate that. It is true that but also I have a very high percentage of quality viewers. It's very difficult. Anybody here who's tried streaming for any length of time will probably understand, but if you've never streamed before, you probably don't know just how hard it is to like condition yourself against what everything tells you to do, you know? Like taking a break or doing a different type of stream that's better for your channel in the long run is hard to do. And there's a reason why so many streamers and online content creators have so many bad habits and fall into so many bad, it's genuinely difficult to overcome. So, you know, yeah. Fortnite, no, but that sounds amazing. I would love to watch that. Could you link me that so I can put it on my watch later? That sounds amazing. Denverton RD or Denverton Road with the $10 super chat. Your first ever super chat? Oh my God! Thank you so much. Denverton Road, thank you so much. Denverton Road says, always support a go piss girl. Listen, I have a healthy relationship to pissing. Slightly less healthy when I'm on stream, but generally, I'm a pisser, you know? That's how it goes. Thank you so much. Fortnite says, from what I've heard, YouTube has all these numbers and stats you can see on the back end that all push you towards horribly unhealthy practices. No, that is 100% true. It's crazy. Like, I wish that I could explain it, but at literally every turn, there is like subtle, subtle manipulations to the point that like, if you have a video that like does slightly better, oh my God, oh God, it's so crazy. So they rank, all of your videos are automatically ranked out of 10 of your last 10 videos. So every video that you upload, it will be like, this is your number 2 out of 10 video, and if it's like a good one, it will be green. If it's your number 1, it'll have like fireworks and sparkles around it, and then if it's like lower than 5, everything will be gray. So it'll be like, even if your video did good, if it's not in the top 5 of your last 10, then it'll be like everything will be like gray. And they do that for everything. All of the metrics have like different colorization, and it'll be like red if it's not good or whatever. Even though it's like, it could be within normal range, but it'll be red if it's not like eternal growth, basically. Oh God, it's so stress inducing. Another bored person with the $5 says, toss a coin to your streamer, oh valley of plenty. I love that one. The toss a coin to your streamer is such a good one. Thank you for giving me the toss a coin to your streamer. I appreciate that. Lykeen says, Hank Green explicitly asked YouTube to stop showing creators this type of stuff. Yeah, it's actually really, it's really stressful. And some of the information is helpful, but like you can't like, you see it no matter what. It's constantly being pushed to you. And you might be thinking like, oh, well, you know, whatever. But like they'll literally email you about it and it'll be like, aw, shucks, looks like your video isn't doing so good. Your viewers aren't engaging as much with this video. Bummer. And it's just like, nah, like this video has slightly lower views than another one. It's just, there's so much. And like I could go on about it like all day about every way in which it does that. But keep in mind that they do all of this without ever explicitly telling you exactly what you should do to do better. You just have to kind of intuit what to do better. And then you have like sort of emotional manipulation otherwise. It sucks. Well, I appreciate that, Silver Tarot 25, a lot. There's a lot more too. That's just the like surface stuff. Like I could talk about like how the algorithm works and how people drive themselves crazy trying to figure out what, like, okay, here's an example. Our channel is like getting back into the algorithm for some reason, and I have no idea why. I just have no fucking clue why. Thankfully, YouTube recently made a change that they now have to tell you if your video gets demonetized, they have to give you a timestamp for what demonetized you, which now none of my videos are getting demonetized anymore because we know exactly what was demonetizing us. But for like the last 3 or 4 years, it was just a shot in the dark as to what was demonetizing your videos and knocking you out of the algorithm. And of course, we still have no idea like what is going to get you more recommendations. It's so stressful. This is the playlist for the series? Hell yeah. I would love to check this out. This sounds amazing. Oh, hold on. I'm gonna add this to the watch later. That sounds incredible. This looks awesome. Whoa, this looks so cool. Thank you for this. I will check that out for sure. If I like it enough, maybe we'll even react to it on a stream. That would be fun to do. I'm asking for a snack. I'm gonna see if the critters can bring me some of my... I got some Pringles earlier, and I'm like hankering for the Pringles. So we'll see. Maybe the critters will bring me some. That would be great. Leth says, Mama's a contractor, technical term, but YouTube is still the boss making the rules. Yeah, all YouTubers, except for YouTubers who are associated with multi-channel networks, and even then, when you are on there, you are still technically a contractor. It's just that your contract is going to the MCN and you're an employee of the, it's complicated. But yes, YouTubers are all contractors. We're all Uber drivers, basically. And the types of stuff that we can do is the same as what Uber drivers can do, which is basically nothing. We make our own hours, but they basically are always like, you could have been working more. You could have been working more. And there's a lot of pressure for all channels to follow the same basic format, which is that, like, recently I got an email being like, you should make sure that you always upload 1 to 2 videos per week at the same time. And it's like, there are some channels which will never be able to do that. And if they were to do that, it would like ruin their content. Like, can you imagine if some of like the high quality video essay channels like tried to upload a video 2 times a week, no matter what? Like, their video quality would tank. I don't know. There's just a lot of problems. Being a contract worker fucking sucks in this country. No protections, taxes high as hell. It's awful. Yeah, it is. Another bored person says, H Bomber Guy releases like 1 video every 2 years. It's more frequent than that. But also, H Bomber Guy is able to do that because of Patreon. So that's kind of that's the hack. That's the secret. That if you want people to make high quality, amazing, breathtaking stuff, you got to support them beyond just the view, right? like most YouTubers cannot make a living just with their YouTube views anymore. It used to be you could make bank just off of your YouTube views, but you can't really do that to the same degree unless you were like a truly gigantic channel. You got to have the Patreon or whatever else. It's just how it goes. Sentient Rat says, this is how you get Illuminati type. Yes, absolutely. People, that's how you get content mills, is that unrealistic standards for the creation of art turns art into content, and then you end up with just terrible quality stuff. And and by the way, that type of practice will eventually lead to a death spiral for the entire business, because if people can't trust and enjoy what they're watching and consuming, they'll lose interest. And we've seen that happen, by the way, before. It's not that wouldn't be the first time that it happened, but yeah. I think the only video essay channel that managed that was Illuminati. No, there was so many. I know that like Illuminati was the one that got blown up, but you guys don't understand. There are literally thousands of channels that do the exact same thing as Illuminati. Most of them were not as successful as Illuminati, but there are so many. I stumble across them all the time, and I'm like, oh my God, this is that same shit. Anyway, yeah, it's actually crazy. Yeah. People do it with AI now. Oh, it's really bad. The number of AI channels is like out of this world. It's actually shocking. Alexi says, platonic non-parasocial hug. Platonic non-parasocial hug back to you. Thank you very, very much, Alexi. I appreciate that. I deeply appreciate that. Thank you. I am happy though. YouTube did add there is a thing on YouTube where you have to manually, if you manually go through and mark your videos as not having AI content, apparently they have like their own internal category for AI content now. So they're trying to crack down because it was getting so bad that YouTube was getting completely overwhelmed with literal like AI slop. There was this channel, there were these AI channels that were uploading fake movie trailers that were completely generated by AI, and they would upload multiple per day. And they were, sometimes it was like literally the same trailer with slight changes. Other times it was just a completely different regenerated AI trailer, and they would change the what's it called? The like thumbnail very slightly between each one, and then just re-upload it multiple times a day, all automated. So like the channel would just be churning out fake AI trailers for movies that don't actually exist, but that are like popular. So it'd be like, one of them that I saw was like, I can't remember who was talking about this. I watched a video about it recently. It was like Coraline 2. There was a really infamous bunch of AI trailers that were making trailers for Coraline 2. It was crazy. Gabsty 1989 says, unfortunately, there are plenty of people that do not care at all for plagiarism. They just want content. I saw the comments in quite a lot of content farm, drama farm channels. It's all copy pasted slop. Yes, there are people like that, but also those types of people tend to be low investment, so they can't carry a platform. You need people who are willing to be invested And if you alienate people who are actually invested in this stuff and you try to only appeal to people who don't give a shit and who are like casually watching slop, it's not a sustainable business model. So like, yes, it is true that there is still like, it is still very possible to make a lot of money with unethical content slop, but it has to be taken seriously by the platform because it will destroy the platform over time if it gets out of hand. Fortnite says, seriously, a significant portion of the largest corporate science channels are currently being run by AI. That is so messed up. There's also all the completely AI-run science channels that Kyle Hill talked about. That is so bad. I've encountered those multiple times. I've been going through YouTube Shorts and looking, and I've encountered like a video about animals, and it'll be like, this amazing animal fact. It'll be like, amazing animal fact or whatever, and then you'll get into it, and it'll be like, you won't believe what this strange animal does to survive. The whatever is actually a strange marsupial, and the marsupial sometimes climbs up to the top of trees. And then it stops and loops, and it's like, you won't believe what this strange animal does to survive. It's horrible. There's like so fucking many of them. I can hear the AI voices the second that they come on. I'm like, AI trash, not watching it. There are entire channels that are like, that are trying to like, they're trying to copy like the PBS, the like PBS science stuff. What's the channel? Hold on, let me show you the channel. The, hold on. It's the PBS Animals. Is it PBS Nature? Oh yeah, it's always, Doe always watches these on, oh wait, here's the one. This is BBC Earth. That's not the one I was thinking of. There's this PBS channel. I think it's PBS. Let me see if this is the one.
This little...
No, this isn't the channel. I'm trying to remember this channel. Oh my God, it was, Doe and I were watching it the other day, and it was great video. But there's a bunch of channels that try to imitate, I feel like it's PBS, but maybe it's not. But they try to imitate the style of this one really, really, really popular animal video creator. And like her videos are super passionate. They're like, they're beautifully made. They're really informative. Like they have a live person on there narrating everything. She's great. And there's like 100 channels that try to imitate it. And they are using like obviously stolen footage, and they just put an AI voice that like imitates the tonality of these other videos. It's so rotten. Is it this? Nature PBS videos? She has like a killer style. I don't think it's, maybe it's not Nature PBS. I'm trying to think of the lady we were watching recently. She has absolutely amazing style. The other day she was wearing like a steampunk heart necklace, and it was amazing. Oh, is it Animal Logic? It might be Animal Logic. I think it might be Animal Logic. Oh, it might be Animal Logic. I think they have multiple hosts now that I'm thinking of it. You might be actually 100% right. I'm trying to remember what the video was. Yes, it is Animal Logic. Yeah, Animal Logic gets people ripping them off all the time. It's actually crazy how many people are trying to imitate Animal Logic. Thank you for everyone who shouted that out. Antifa Pyro says, with the $5, says, it's so disheartening. I see so many people genuinely not caring if what they see is AI. I see so many comments like, yeah, it's AI, but it's something flashy to look at. They don't care. They just want slop that's pretty. Do you all want to laugh? Oh, okay, here's the thing. I don't know if you can laugh at AI stuff without having to mark it as AI. I wonder if it counts. Does anybody know? Because I found a really funny AI thing, but I don't want to get my channel dinged if they're like deboosting AI, because it would literally just be to make fun of it. But I found a really funny AI thing. There was this thread on Twitter that was like AI memes, and it was painful. It was actually painful. Wait, so they are deboosting it? Yes, they are. They are. I mean, I don't know how hard they're deboosting it, but from what I understand, the AI stuff has like its own algorithmic consideration at this point. Remember when we watched that AI movie trailer? Yes, I do. Yes, I do. That was a blast. It was very funny. I'm so excited for the Elden Ring DLC. I am so fucking excited. I apologize. I apologize in advance, by the way, if I'm a lazy streamer and don't stream as much because I'm playing too much of the DLC. There's also the possibility that I like beat the DLC in 2 days and then end up streaming more than usual because I'm sad because I beat it in 2 days. Elden Ring Shadow of the Erdtree Game of the Year. Listen, there's some tough contenders for Game of the Year this year. There are some truly, truly tough contenders. Like Animal Well. Animal Well deserves some serious love, no joke. Windleby, you'll be happy to know that even if you can't access the DLC content quite yet, there are going to be some patches that affect normal Elden Ring that should be pretty fun and enjoyable. They are adding some features, which is really cool, and rebalancing some stuff that people have been pretty excited about. You can read this patch notes, so you'll have some stuff to work with, and even before you get into the DLC content. LB says, what did I miss? Not too much. I have a character that I just beat the game with that is sitting ready to go into the DLC, and I'm pumped. I've heard that you want to pump vitality for the DLC. That it's like, because as I understand it, the DLC has a unique leveling system, but it considers your vitality. But not all of your stats. So you want to pump vitality because apparently the DLC is ridiculously hard, which is very exciting to me. Hell yeah. Oh, they've teased a bunch of Frenzy spells, so there's definitely new content for Frenzy stuff in the DLC, which is really exciting. Yeah, look at this. Look at this. Eurogamer gave the Elden Ring DLC a 3 out of 5 because it was too hard. This, however, feels like difficulty for difficulty's sake, turned up to 11, perhaps because with the added expectations of a DLC having something extra absurd to conquer, even though it technically doesn't require finishing the core game. I go through dozens of deaths over a period of several days, and despite taking breaks to go off and do other things and explore other areas, I realize that I just don't want to do this anymore. Woohoo! Woo! Yeah! Woo! Let's do it! Yeah! You know, that's how people were about Ringed City before they realized that you need to play Ringed City differently. You can't play every... Look, something that Dark Souls and FromSoft loves to do is make you change the way that you play. They want you to engage with what they've made, and they make changes intentionally. You can't play Dark Souls 3, The Ringed City, the same way that you played base game Dark Souls. It's quite literally designed to be played differently. Like, I had to learn that the hard way because, you know, I was too stubborn, and I had to have it beaten into me that, like, okay, I see Dark Souls Ringed City, you need to be more evasive. You don't need to take on every single enemy that you see every single time that you die. You need to be comfortable with running around. And there are drops and items in the zones that reward that type of gameplay. You don't get as much souls from fighting these diabolical enemies. You get souls from going and finding the pickups in the zones in the hidden areas that are worth 100,000 souls and then spending the souls that way. And you don't lose those souls that you pick up. So it incentivizes you playing like a little sneaky rat and running around and avoiding tough enemies and only killing the ones that you have to. Who would try to kill everything you see in the Ringed City? A lot of players. The Ringed City got bad review scores when it first came out. People were fucking mad at it. It's crazy, I know. It's absurd. It's bad when I'm in the middle of streaming and then I see an ASMR video that I really want to watch, and I'm like, I should just watch this ASMR video right now. But then I can't because I'm streaming. And as it turns out, falling asleep on stream probably wouldn't be good content. People get mad every time I talk about ASMR, so that's another thing. Only the truly awakened are ready, but, you know, it's okay. Have you seen any of The Boys Season 4 yet? No, I'm going to be watching that in the future, in the near future, with Gayfesh. Which reminds me, I need to message Gayfesh after this and work things out. I've been super busy this month, and I've been struggling to schedule everything that I need to do this month. But we do need to watch Season 4 of The Boys. That's awesome, Ashmar. Can I talk about a channel real quick before we get into the next segment that we're going to do? I want to talk about a channel that I've been watching lately that has been really inspiring to me. So, you all probably know, if you've been watching me for a while, you all know that I have the wanderlust, as they call it. Every once in a while, I am seized with the need to go somewhere new or somewhere else than where I spend most of my time. I've always had this for most of my life. I've sort of built up this desire to go travel, basically. And particularly, I have a fondness for the wilderness, for the great outdoors. You know, in the recent years of my life, since I became a streamer, I haven't been able to do it as often as I used to. And so I've kind of, over time, I've started, like, you know, not necessarily, I don't want to say living vicariously, that's wrong. However, I deeply enjoy YouTube channels that are basically that like take you on camping adventures with them. You know, they take the camera and they show you what they're doing to camp. I love camping videos. I love outdoor adventure videos, travel blogs type stuff like that, but specifically around that. And recently, I have really, really, really come to enjoy this channel called Outdoor Boys. Outdoor Boys is an absolutely enormous channel, but it's a fantastic channel, and I've been just watching so much Outdoor Boys, and it's been super, super, super inspiring to me. Outdoor Boys is like the main guy, the host of the show, is so talented and so knowledgeable and resourceful when it comes to basically camping skills, outdoor survival skills, and as a result is able to make these incredibly interesting videos where he travels to the most remote areas you can imagine and checks them out. I'm talking areas that probably never see humans almost ever. And he'll go there and camp there, and it's amazing. I've been super, super, super inspired by Outdoor Boys, and of course another channel that I've mentioned multiple times on here before, but Steve Wallace, Camping with Steve. Steve Wallace is another channel, is another travel, camping, outdoor creator who's been super inspiring to me lately. And I just wanted to talk a little bit about them and just express my love for these channels. Is there anybody out there who also loves this stuff? Am I like, I don't know how many outdoor appreciators I have in my audience at this point in time, but I'm like, I can't get enough of it. I love these channels that like go and explain what they're doing, and they're showing all their camp setups and what they use, and they make cool food out in the wild, and they're so relaxing. The videos are so comforting and relaxing. It's so incredible. Camping with Steve is Steve Wallace is like one of the channels, like his stuff is so inspiring to me. I love his videos. I love hearing him talk about his life and watching him do his stealth camping, and his improvisational camping stuff is so good. Gravel Queen says, I'm a park ranger. I love this type of stuff. Based! Oh, there's so many people! This is so cool! Was that the guy who talked about noise pollution? That was My Life Outdoors. I love My Life Outdoors. My Life Outdoors actually responded to my video, which was super, super cool. I love My Life Outdoors. I haven't watched a My Life Outdoors video recently. I wonder what he's been up to. Interesting. Okay, so he's been doing some product reviews lately for different things. You don't need a footprint. I can prove it. You beat me at my own game. Lighter, cheaper, and better. What thru hikers really take on the trail. The scam outdoor brands don't want you to know about. Ooh. This tent won't stop improving. Hate it. Too good. Not all new gear is worth buying. Why? He does really good videos reviewing this type of stuff. I've actually learned a lot about different equipment from My Life Outdoors. 7 winter camping mistakes that don't make sense. Ooh, I'm gonna watch that one. That's cool as hell. Anyway, I love My Life Outdoors. It was really cool that My Life Outdoors was able to actually saw my video and reacted and responded to it. That was so cool. I've never heard of this type of content, but it sounds really cool. If you want a good introduction to it, here, let me show you. Let me make you a recommendation, okay? Have you seen Simple Living Alaska? Is that the truck one? Is that the guy who lives in the truck? Oh no, I haven't seen this channel. I'll have to check out this channel. Whoa, cool. Here, let me give you all a recommendation. Outdoor Boys. It's a new video that the Outdoor Boys just did. Camping in a whale graveyard and treasure hunting in the remote Alaskan beaches, okay? This is a fairly new video that Outdoor Boys just put out. Here you go. If you all are into this type of, or if you're curious about this type of content, there's the recommendation right there, okay? It's called Camping in a Whale Graveyard and Treasure Hunting Remote Alaskan Beaches. This is like, it's like such an amazing video. And basically, he has a friend with a plane who flies him out to a random island off of the coast of Alaska, and there's no people there. And he finds like so much crazy stuff. He even encounters a walrus. It's truly amazing. That's like a great introduction to his channel, and he has like hundreds of videos like this. It's so cool. So yeah. Luke is his name. Luke of Outdoor Boys. He does a lot of family blog content too, like with camping with his family, which is not my favorite stuff. I don't love like I don't generally love like family stuff, family blog stuff, but honestly most of his videos with his family are pretty good. I'm not a big fan of like family blogs. I don't know, I feel weird about it. But honestly, his are not like, they're not super problematic. He's not like content farming his kids or anything like that. It's not that family is gross. I love that people have families. I don't know. It's just a preference. That's it. All right. Okay. All right. Hold on a second. Give me 1 second real quick. Give me a minute. Okay. It's time. It's time. That's right. I poked the critters because I would really love a snack. But I want to talk about this next topic. Are we ready? Are we ready?
Bazinga.
I'm ready. I'm fucking ready. My lovely, lovely imps. Today, I wanted to talk about repression, the closet, and why you should live openly and honestly as yourself if you can. And I think a lot more people can than think that they can. We just did a review of a really fantastic and very timely and scary movie called I Saw the TV Glow, and I highly recommend you go check out that movie and my review of it. And I felt that it would be appropriate for us to have a broader conversation about this topic because, frankly, I think that not enough people talk about this specifically. It is a difficult topic, no doubt. But if we just leave it there to hang, no one's life is going to get any better. So I wanted to talk about this. So first off, let's make a little bit of a delineation between the concept of the closet and the concept of repression. Obviously, from my perspective, You know, I am coming from a perspective of, you know, the life of a non-binary trans woman, and who is in who is in a relationship with partners all across the gender, you know, spectrum. But I think that this, you know, my goal will be to try and apply these concepts in ways that are useful to everyone. Hi, hey, oh, yeah, Diet. Oh, not that one. That one's got water in it. Just Diet Coke, and then anything else that's snack. Thank you. Sorry about that. Yeah, I know I stumbled over my words, but it doesn't really matter. So the concept of the closet, being in the closet, can sometimes refer to repression. You know, some people say, "Oh boy, that one is so deep in the closet." The old joke that some people have heard is like, "He's so deep in the closet that he's in Narnia." You know, that's like an old joke about you know, people who are basically repressing. But being in the closet doesn't always mean that you're repressing. Some people are in the closet because they are at a point in their life where they would be in danger. You know, for example, if you happen to live in a country where being trans or being gay is illegal and punishable by law, that could require you to live some of your life in the closet, or maybe all of your life in the closet. It's a different concept than the concept of repression, but there are some overlaps. And I want to be clear that I have an incredible amount of sympathy and empathy for people who are in the closet with regard to their public life. I was forcibly outed to my family, to a large portion of my family. And it was an incredibly painful experience. I had the autonomy over talking about issues that had to do with me, my identity, and my body taken away from me in a way that was explicitly done to try and shame me and put me in a disadvantaged position. So I have a lot of sympathy and empathy, like I said, for people who have to deal with a hostile environment and therefore, you know, live their lives with some level of secrecy. It's a painful position to be in, and sometimes you don't have much of a choice. The closet is it's a complicated, you know, experience and a complicated concept. And sometimes it is difficult to tell, you know, when is safe to be out of the closet and when it's not. In our current moment, it is very hard to know whether you are going to experience negative repercussions for being publicly out as a gay person or as a trans person or as a non-binary person or any combination therein. And it can be maddening, in fact, because you can't always prove it. You know, for example, trans women have some of the worst employment prospects of any demographic in the United States of America. Trans women are paid less, they get hired less, they're passed over for promotions more frequently. But proving that it's tied to your identity is damn near impossible most of the time as an average person. Sure, broad studies and investigation can sometimes reveal that information, but as an individual, you can almost never know why every time you submit your application, you get an interview, and then the second you go to your interview, all of a sudden, no interest, despite being very qualified for the position. An experience I've had. You never know if it's like, am I doing something wrong? Was there something wrong that I did in the interview, or am I experiencing discrimination? So it can drive you wild. And for some people, they have no choice but to choose some level of being in the closet in order for to be safe. So I wanted to be clear and discuss the concept of the closet and the reasons why people are in the closet and why people make that decision, as compassionately as possible before we start talking about the concept of repression. So, that being done, let's talk about repression. The concept of repression refers to intentionally, out of your own actions, intentionally taking actions that hide or suppress parts of you that you know are true and real. This could be a gay person refusing to have relationships with other gay people because they don't want to confront the fact that they're gay, or because they feel guilt over being gay. This is incredibly common among religious people who are also gay. Many religious people who are gay feel religious guilt over the fact that they are gay, and therefore feel like they must refuse to act on this sort of thing, or refuse to participate in that sort of thing. Thank you very, very much. I really appreciate that. Thank you. It can also refer, repression can also look like a trans person who really wants to transition, but refuses to transition because, well, people might judge me, or I might be scared of whether or not I would be able to live my life the same way. It can also look like a trans person who feels an incredible urge to live their life a different way, as the opposite gender or otherwise, and refuses to do so because they think that it will just go away, or they think that no good will come of it, or they think that, oh, well, maybe I won't look the way that I want to, and therefore I shouldn't do it. These are various types of what we would call repression. It is someone taking something that they know about themselves, perhaps rationalizing it, and then suppressing it intentionally. And I will say that I think there is some forms of repression that are unintentional, but like that people just don't really know and they're just acting out of it. But that's a lot more complicated. And if you don't really know at all, if you don't have any awareness that you are, like, I would consider that more like not having the language to describe yourself as opposed to explicit repression. There's another type of repression, which is sometimes referred to as assimilationism. And this type of repression is when someone basically wants, they control parts of themselves because they're afraid of seeming like an abnormal type of person. So imagine a gay person that might really like being particularly like bouncy and high energy and flamboyant, but doesn't do that and deliberately changes the way that they act because they're afraid of looking like a stereotype. They don't want to go, ooh, like, I don't want people to think I'm like a stereotypical gay, so I'm not going to do that, even though that might be how they really like to be. They might feel good that way. It can also take the form of, like a trans person who might really love the idea of being a slutty puppy girl on the internet, but refuses to engage in that for fear of doing damage to the trans movement, or who might judge other people for that same type of behavior. Oh God, don't act like that. They're gonna say you're a stereotype or whatever. There's some examples of repression and various forms of repression. And I wanted to talk about these and get these out there and sort of make them distill them into some various forms that we see. And I want to talk about why they're bad and why people should be bold enough and brave enough. And I'm saying this actively, that you should do your best to live as yourself, as truly as possible. Repression it's not a healthy way of living, okay? It is not a comfortable way to live. Repression requires devoting an enormous amount of your emotional and mental energy towards policing your own behaviors, often on behalf of people you don't know. It's not even just for the people that you do know. Repression requires predicting constantly what other people that you don't know are going to think, and then adjusting your actions from their original genuine position to whatever you think would make those people happier. What's worse about this is that not only is that act in and of itself incredibly exhausting and, a tax on your own energy, not only does it mean that you're not, living the way that you want to live on behalf of somebody else, but it also means that slowly over time, you start training your brain to think like those people. And it can get even worse when you're incorrectly making assumptions about what other people will think, which is frequent. When people who are, when you live in a world where there is some very loud and hateful people who might have a platform, say you go on Twitter and you see deranged transphobes or deranged homophobes screaming horrible things about gay people and horrible things about trans people, into the internet, and you encounter that, it can give the idea that more people think that way than actually do. And if you try to act as those people tell you to, or as you imagine those people are telling you to do, you can start to digest and understand the world through a lens that might not even accurately represent what the people around you, let alone the average person, actually thinks. And you can eventually start to deeply internalize those thought processes to the point that even if the culture was to change, even if people became more accepting, you might harbor some deep level of hatred based on what you thought you had to internalize from some hateful freak on the internet. It's a bad thing to do, okay? A repressive thought process like that is so toxic, and it is so unbelievably suffocating, and it genuinely will twist your mind. On the internet, a lot of people like to refer to this as brainworms. We hear that word a lot right now. Obviously, in a couple of years, it'll probably be a different word. But brainworms is what a lot of people use to refer to this type of stuff. It's like when people spend a lot of time on certain websites on the internet. 4chan is one that a lot of people like to bring up. That people get the 4chan brainworms, whatever they might be, thinking a certain way about stuff. But in reality, what it is a form of internalizing repression to the point that you don't even realize that it's become a part of you, that you are not even in opposition to it anymore, that you've brought it into yourself and are replicating it out into the world, often onto other people, but always onto yourself. And when you have to spend all your time with someone who hates you inside your own head, that can become understandably incredibly destructive and miserable, right? There are all kinds of forms of repression that people engage in. There are all kinds of cliches that lead to types of repression. Some examples I can think of off the top of my head. If you transition too old, it's over for you. If you're gay, you'll never have a family and people won't love you. If you're trans, you'll never have a family and people won't love you. If you look a certain way, your transition won't be successful. These are repressive, thought-terminating cliches that popularize themselves through the internet, but don't actually really have any grounding in reality. And yet they lead to people making horrible decisions about themselves, and hurting themselves in the long run, because they've come to internalize these messages without actually being able to analyze them for their factuality. And of course, some of them are completely impossible to analyze for their factuality. How can you ever know how many people transition at what age and how they end up? You don't know that. Nobody knows that. It's so hard to find that information. You know what I mean? Yeah. Fought Knight brings up the Canthal tilt type stuff. Yes, that type of stuff where it's like people fixating on like bone structure in very weird ways. And in the end, of course, people transition at all kinds of ages and look amazing and feel happy. Trans people do currently and often find fulfilling social relationships, family or otherwise. Sometimes it's a family of choice that is just as fulfilling as a family, a familial, or like, what's the word that I'm looking for here? A like genetic family. Same thing for gay people. Gay people and trans people both find themselves in rich, wonderful, fulfilling, and supportive social environments all the time. I know so many trans people whose social lives are the most beautiful and rich and supportive of any people that I've ever met. Most of these thought-terminating cliches are designed to convince people to repress. And of course, the purpose of repression is one of social control. In the end, that is what it ultimately is about. Repression exists as a phenomenon among trans and gay and queer people broadly because there are forces at play in the world, in a broad political world, that wish to control the lives and bodies of all people. And they are especially harsh on queer people who don't fall into the worldview or don't fall into the plan that these ideologies have for the world. A world that demands and centers a patriarchal structured nuclear family. Atomic family. Same idea, basically, but a ideology that puts a patriarchal figure at the center of a nuclear family for the purposes of producing as many children as possible, for the purposes of fueling a industrial machine and a military machine. That type of ideology wants to suppress any type of life that doesn't take that structure. And so, these ideas are propagated, often on complete misinformation, on complete falsehoods, in the name of trying to force people into living a very specific life that is convenient to the goals of those at the very top of that type of structure. The patriarchs, the richest, whitest men that you can imagine, who want to be the daddies of the world. And they want to be able to have plenty of other people to go to war for them, plenty of other people to labor away in factories and call centers and warehouses for them. But that's not the only way to live. That's not the only world that exists. Repression serves that type of worldview. It is the weapon of a worldview that wants to get rid of anybody who doesn't contribute to filling the warehouses with offspring. That is not to say that having children is bad or having a family is bad. It's trying to show that that's not the only way to live. And a world that encourages you constantly to repress anything that looks different than that is a world that is trying to create a specific goal. I am here today to tell you that I think that you should live as yourself. It is one of the most rewarding, freeing, and wonderful things that you can ever do. We only get one life, okay? And even if you're somebody who believes in an afterlife, even if you're somebody who believes in reincarnation, the fact still remains that we only live this iteration one time, and we should make the best of it. We should not spend our lives living falsely, living repressed. There are parts of us that yearn to be free, things that often for reasons we can't even fully explain, are just who we are. And we should be able to live up to those. I believe this to a very strong degree. You guys know I go so far as to do extreme body mods. That's how far I believe that we should live as our true selves to the best of our ability. I will go so far as to go out of my way to get my tongue split just so that I can look the way I wanted to look in my heart and mind. And I never regretted it even once. Not even a drop. I've only benefited from that. It's so much stronger for something like your sexuality or your gender identity. Your bodily autonomy is so important for these things. And this is not to say that there aren't times in which you have to weigh your decisions with caution. Again, if you live in the closet because you live in an area where it is actively dangerous, then I understand that completely. But also, I want to urge you to analyze carefully how many options are actually there for you. And remember that much of the oppression against queer people is done by terror, not by anything physically done. It is not that if you're in your home as yourself that there's somebody is secretly watching you is going to beat you up. It's that there is an oppressive environment that encourages people to be scared around every corner. But the reality is that gay and trans people have thrived in more oppressive environments and in worse times of history than any that currently exist. So we can do it. It is possible. And we should find ways to do it together. We should encourage one another constantly. We should help one another constantly. Help one another escape. Help one another liberate. And for those of us who can step forward and who can be as out as possible, we should. We should be out, we should be loud, and we should be proud about it. There are so many people out there who need to see other people like themselves, or even people somewhat adjacent to themselves, and they will see us and we will grow stronger. People always underestimate just how many of us there are. Just how many gay people, just how many trans people, just how many non-binary people there are. Just how many queer people generally there are. We always underestimate, and we always have. And part of that is because there are so many people who don't say it openly for one reason or another. Part of the assault against queer people in the United States right now is trying to make people too scared to be forward about it, too scared to say it openly, which further makes people feel more isolated. We're stronger together. We're stronger. And not only that, we're happier. A lot of people spend so much of their time afraid of what may happen to them if they decide to live honestly as themselves, if they decide to come out and have a boyfriend, come out and have a girlfriend, come out and be openly non-binary, come out and transition. So many people spend so much time fearing what might happen that they don't realize the suffering that they're going through right now. It's like a devil you know type situation, except the devil that you know is tormenting you and driving you crazy and ruining your life. And I want to tell people unequivocally that it's worth it. It's worth it to live a life fully, even if there's pain, even if there's fear. The life that you live fully as yourself will feel better. It feels incredible. It's like having shackles off of you. You will be stronger just for that. I've seen it with my own eyes in my own life. I've seen it in the lives of others. I've told this story on stream before, but I'm going to tell it again now. There was a point in my life where I had gotten hormones and I had been outed forcibly to my family. I had been disowned by my father. All of these were horrible and painful things. And I had gotten hormones. And I was so miserable and in pain from all of the shit that other people were doing to me, from the harassment and the pain and the abuse from members of my family, that I convinced myself that if I continued taking my hormones, that I was never going to live a happy life. That I was not fully out to everyone that I knew. Only my family knew. My friends didn't know. I wasn't living publicly as a woman. Only a few of my friends knew. I still had to go to work, under my dead name. I still had to go to work under my old identity. And I convinced myself that if I continued, I would never be happy again. And I threw my hormones away. I deliberately threw them in a place I could never get them back. And it was the worst decision of my life. It plunged me into a chapter that was darker than any that I've ever been in. There has never been a moment of my life where I was more miserable than when I had convinced myself that my only path forward was to cave to the people who had been fucking bludgeoning me. I do not know, my family would have had to become so even worse in order to reach the level of suffering that I gave to myself by repressing, by detransitioning. Now, I don't blame myself for making that decision in that moment. I wasn't rational. I was suffering at the hands of family members who had a lot of power over me and who had used that power to hurt me. But I know, looking back, that decision that I made, that flawed decision, led me to the most suffering period of my entire life, where I was the least happiest, the least fulfilled. I can't even begin to summon up the right words to explain the level of suffocation and pain that I was in. It was horrible. I felt dead. I didn't feel like I was even present. I barely remember anything from that period of my life, except for the pain. Almost nothing. I have almost no memories from that period of my life. That's how horrible I was. That's how horrible it was. It's worth it, even if it's painful, to live honestly as yourself. And the truth is, it is rarely as painful as you think it's going to be. Our enemies, people who hate us, who hate everything that doesn't fit their demented worldview, totally unrealistic worldview, those people rely on fear. They rely on terror to keep people separate, to keep people away from living as their full selves. And we shouldn't let them have that. For those people who have no choice, for people who live in extremely oppressive environments where even being out at all puts your life in immediate danger, Let's find a way to save those people. Let's find a way to try and help those people. But for everybody else, for everyone else who's beyond that, appreciate what freedoms you have, appreciate what leeway you have, and grab the world, okay? Breathe the opportunity into yourself and fulfill it, okay? For real. I want people to work hard to save the people who can't. But a lot of people who can don't. And that is such a tragedy. There are so goddamn many people right now who have the potential to be living a life that is unimaginably better than they're currently living. And they don't, because they've convinced themselves they can't, because they've told themselves, I'm too old, I'm too whatever, I'm going to be lonely, when none of those things are actually true. It's such a tragedy. And I don't want any more tragedy in this world. I want to see all of my fellow queer people thriving to the maximum amount. I want to see you living your puppy dog, snail girl, dragon girl, eldritch entity, boy, unidentifiable gender lives. I want to see you with your boyfriends, your girlfriends, your they friends, your Therians. I want to see you all thriving to the maximal degree possible. I know that life is better when you're living fully as yourself, when your soul can breathe. And I want you all to be able to taste that too. People deserve to feel that way. People deserve liberation. The world is more beautiful when more people are living that way. Repression is a trick. It is a part of a regime of terror that is imposed selectively. And the closet is an unfortunate necessity for some people. But for most people, it's not a necessity. And I want people to consider the fact that whether or not they actually need to live in the same closet they've been living in, or if they'd be stronger outside of it. I know I am. The life that I lived before, there were so many things that I lost from before that I now realize I never needed at all. You have to understand, when I came out, the stuff that I thought was important, like, keep in mind, this all happened 10 years before I started streaming. Before I had one of the most successful ventures of my entire, the most successful venture of my entire life. I never could have even imagined what was in the future for me. And the things that I was afraid of losing were not that great to begin with. They were just what I knew. But it was, the cost was unimaginable. The cost was a psychic tearing of unimaginable proportion. I am more powerful than I was when I was afraid, when I was hiding. Even though I had to go through some stuff, and even though being out is, on the surface, more dangerous than not being out. Or at least, I should say, being out as trans is more dangerous than being cis. But I was in more danger being in the closet because I could not reach my full potential. And I am more capable of defending myself, of protecting myself, of fighting for myself out of the closet and out of the repression sphere than I ever could have been in there. So even though if you go, oh, well, compared to a cis person, people can be horrible to you. They can say horrible things and whatever, but I can also deal with it better. If I had never stepped out of that, all of this stuff that happened, if I had never stepped out of the closet, if I had never transitioned, I never would have met any of my partners that I know now. My pack, my critters, who we all take care of each other, we've taken care of each other through sickness, through health, through fear, we would have never found each other. If all of us hadn't been able to live as ourselves, we would have never connected with one another. And that would have put us in even more danger than we could have imagined. The stuff that we've helped each other through is I would have never been able to even make it. And also, there are some things I could have never predicted. I had family members who did not accept me when I first came out, who I now have healthy relationships with because we worked through it and they understood the error of their ways and they grew as people themselves, and we have a relationship now. I did not expect that would ever happen. I thought that I was only going to lose, but I now have a stronger relationship with some of my family members as a result of being able to be real. When you are in the oppression sphere, when you're in the repression sphere and oppression sphere, but when you're in the repression sphere and when you're in the closet, people are engaging with an incomplete version of you. They don't know you. They can't know you. And so even the relationships that you do cherish can't go that deep. Silver Tarot 25 says, I'm cis hetero. I consider myself an ally, and I just want to say thank you, Demon Mama, for sharing your experiences. I've learned so much from you. Thank you for that really kind comment. It means a lot to me. And you're welcome. I just want to see the world become a better place. I want people who've been through things like me and things adjacent to my experience to live more fully and to become free of fear, of that type of suffocating fear. And also, I want to see people's minds be unlocked. Do you know how much energy it takes from you to repress? Repression is the biggest energy drain you can ever imagine. I could not create the beautiful things that I have created if I was still repressing. I could not have lived my life to the fullest. The things that I've done since I came out, sometimes I am like, oh my God, I didn't even think about this. Like, I could have never done the cross-country journey with my critters that I did if I was still spending all my time worrying about repression. It sucks the life out of you, and you will be amazed what you can accomplish when you're no longer spending all your days policing yourself all the time, beating yourself up all the time. Anyway, I think I've said everything that I need to say on this particular subject at this particular juncture. So I'm going to wrap this off by saying, please, live as yourself. Liberate yourself. Even if it's hard, even if the path is full of unknowns, even if the path is scary, fight for it. Fight for it like your life depends on it, because it does. You only have one life. Even if it means you have to flee to another country, even if it means you have to learn a language to go somewhere else, even if it means you have to go way out of your comfort zone, do it, because you will thank yourself forever. The you that is waiting to be unleashed will thank you forever. Please. And also, I want to remind you of the one rule of my community, the one order, the edict issued from the throne of hell. Rule number 1, do not fucking die. The reason why I don't want you to die is because if you keep going, you keep fighting, I know that we can fight for our liberation and that we can achieve it. So do not fucking die. Thank you all for watching. Pringle. Pickle chip. Whew. Will that be made into a segment? Yes, that will be, most certainly will be a segment. Gransom says, that was powerful. Thanks to you, Mama. You're welcome. Thank you. Be proud, be visible, help folks find safe community spaces. True. MKJ Moon says, you're making me cry, Demon Mama, and everyone in chat sharing their stories. It's nice to be reminded there are other people who've gone through the same things. We have, and here we are. We're here. We're having a good-ass time together. We're sharing love and energy. We're here. We made it. And we're going to keep making it. We got a long way to go. Gila Monster says, Pringles are nasty. If I want salty processed potatoes, I'll eat Munchos. I mean, Munchos are good too. I like both. They're both good for different reasons. Munchos are salty air, whereas Pringles are like salty potato. They're like a little tiny bit of potato-y. Munchos have almost no potato flavor. Pringles are great, in my opinion. It's a shame that the Lay's, what are they called? Oh my God, what are they called? The Lay's version of Pringles. Why can't I think of them? Stackers? Oh, is it Stackers? Yeah, Stackers. Those things were really good. Those ones were actually way better than Pringles. But they're not like around anymore. I appreciate that deeply, Silver Tarot. Thank you. I intend to make a whole bunch of videos on topics like this because I've realized. So here's something that's made me really sad. I've noticed that there has been a giant drought of trans positivity. Like a shocking drought of trans positivity. Trans content creators and social media presences have gotten stuck in a, and part of this is because of the platforms, but they've got a lot of, and this is not really, it's not anybody's fault, but it is something I've observed. They've been caught in a response cycle of constantly feeling the need to respond to the haters by like debunking or trying to dunk on them, and as a result, the like conflict with transphobes has resulted in an incredible rareness of real trans positivity and trans positive, queer positive messages that people need to hear. And like, it's almost like a lot of people have forgotten that there are like new trans people every single day who've never had someone tell them, you should transition, you should be proud of who you are, you should stop repressing, you know? It's really shocking how little trans positive content there really is out there. It's really sad to me. I think part of what made me realize this in full was well, one person who contributed this was Patricia Taxon. If you know who Patricia Taxon is. Patricia Taxon is an amazing, amazing musician. And she has a bunch of incredibly beautiful music, videos, and writing about being a furry. And I realized, like, we are lacking as like a community or whatever. Recently, there has been an incredible amount of combat, which is great. Is not great. It's necessary. I appreciate the people who are willing to fight. Obviously, I'm one of them, but that we've let some things slide as a broad community, and it makes me sad. Yo, that's awesome, Shakespeare. Chariot says, I agree. Positivity is necessary. Being the type of adult you needed when you were younger is important. It's so important. It's so important now. There is so much negative messaging. There is so much anti-trans messaging, which needs to be countered by people being brave enough to say, fuck that, no. Transitioning is good. It's powerful. It's empowering. It's liberating. Be who you are. You will be loved. You will be loved by other people. There are many of us out here who will love you and will care for you. Cosine V says, my parents don't want me to go on HRT, but should I do it in secret if possible? If possible, yes, of course. It's your body, not theirs. That's what it boils down to. You have to live with your body the rest of your life. They might not like it, but it's your body. And, you know, whether they're supportive or not, you're still stuck with your body. It's like in, well, I don't want to spoil, but I almost said in the movie, but parents aren't always going to be there. They're not always going to be around. You might have to go travel. You might go move somewhere else. You have to carry your body with you for the rest of your life. You got to make decisions, even if it requires courage. A lot of life is learning to defy your parents, effectively. It is not even just trans people. Like, there are so many people who have to learn to overcome their parents' wishes because their parents just simply will not make decisions that will make them happy. We have to live our lives, not our parents. So, yeah. Bingo Bonga says, Demon Mama, today is my 20th birthday. When I was a kid, I didn't think I'd make it this far, and coming out was my first step to learning that being alive was worth it. Thank you. Thank you. And happy birthday. You're not only are you going to make it this far, I'm willing to guess you're going to make it a lot farther. I'm going to actually open up a little bit about something. Something that I've seriously struggled with is the fact that I had a similar problem. I always thought, I was always told that it'd be like a miracle if I made it into my 30s as a trans person. And as a result, I have seriously struggled with thinking about life as I'm in my 30s. And I have realized through a bunch of different experiences and reflection and whatever that I'm like, holy shit, it's literally just the beginning. This shit hasn't even gotten started yet. Like, one of the most valuable things was like spending time talking with my mom. Now that me and my mom have built up our relationship, my memories of my mom was from when I was a kid are from when she was about my age. That's where most of my memories are, was when she was in her 30s, when I was a kid, And I look now and I'm like, she's lived double my life now, almost, not quite, but almost. And she's still doing all kinds of stuff. I have we got tons of time. We have way more time than we think. And And it's not all doom and gloom. We have time to do cool things, and it's not all over for us. We're going to make it. Would you still say you're in Sen's Fortress as far as lifespan? Yeah. I'm in Sen's Fortress out of Dark Souls and Sekiro and Bloodborne and Elden Ring as far as lifespan goes. I still got a long way to go. And a lot of cool stuff to see. And a lot of bosses to kick ass on. And I'll probably respec a few times too. My life is like a video game, trying hard to beat the stage. All the while, I'm still collecting coins. Oh, don't worry at all, Louie boy. You don't gotta apologize for that. Al the Healer says, I had that same feeling since I was a teen, but it seriously prevented me from doing anything to improve my life because I thought it would be a waste of time and energy. Still making up that time. You're going to be just fine. You'll make up for that time in no time. I promise. Stay strong. Charlie Jinmeyer says, trans person who's turning 38 next Monday, 2.5 years on HRT. It's the only time in my life I've felt so happy, even in the political climate we're in. Based. And true-pilled. That's how it goes sometimes. There's nothing, there is no feeling that can compare to living freely as yourself. None. Oh man, an artist. Oh wow. I am working on getting, by the way, let me let you in on something really cool, okay? This is random. I just got a message back. I'm working to secure permission from an artist to get their art tattooed on my body. And they just messaged me back, and I'm extremely, extremely excited. It's the first of a long process because I first need to get permission from the artist. Then I need to find a tattoo artist who would be willing to adapt the art to a tattoo. I can show you the piece, and I don't have any promise yet because it's a long process. But I'll show you the piece that I'm hoping to get. This is the piece right here. I've been thinking of a whole bunch of different positions for it. I'm not 100% sure, but I don't know. I'm still in the beginning stages, but the artist just messaged me back, so here's hoping. Chippies. I'd have to think about that on that one for a while, Louis boy. My list is probably really big. You know what time? You know what time I think it is? I think it's time. I think it's time for us to play some Dark Souls. But first, I have to play one of these memes. So we're gonna do it. Let's see it. Let's check it out. Let's check the meme. Holy shit, holy shit. It's Mr. Chess! His name is literally Checkmate. Holy shit. Whoa! He's a centaur! Wow. Oh! Okay. Alright, I'm not gonna lie, that move looks like it would injure the horse more than it would injure the person. Like, I'm sorry, but I think landing like that, I feel like that would actually, like, kill the horse. Oh, now that one's a pretty good one. But also, like, again, I don't think that horses' spines and body musculature works like that. Like, I feel like this would, like, shatter the horse's spine. I mean, it would probably kill this guy too, but still. All right, that's pretty incredible. Not gonna lie, Mr. Chess, aka Checkmate, is pretty impressive. That was good. That was good stuff. KO, yeah. Incredible. We love to see it. MKJ Moon says, how noticeable is your tongue split in person? Because on stream, I wouldn't know if you didn't tell us, but you're also very tiny on my phone laptop screen. It depends. Most of the time, people don't notice it unless I'm playing with my piercing, sticking my tongue out, or something else. Dentists notice it. If I do something like that, which I do often, people notice it. People have noticed it a few times when I'm talking up close, but it's not all that noticeable, like just passively. Like if I'm just walking around, not many people notice it. And you can definitely, yes, Fortnite, yes, you can obviously tell in intimate encounters, which is where its strongest strengths come out. Why are these pickle chips so good? So these are the new Dorito pickle chips, and they're really good. I'm actually so impressed. Doritos has been on a roll recently. Can I just say that? Their sweet chili flavor, which was a couple, is quite, you know, like, it's like a decade old now, but still, new flavors are pretty rare. That one's really good. The chili lime Flamin' Hot are so goddamn good. The Flamin' Hot Cool Ranch, also really good. Doritos has been on their game. I'm just saying. Obviously, Cheetos are up there too. And of course, we live in the age of the oh my God, why is my brain blanking on it now? It's a little, what the fuck? Why is my brain blanking? They're the little rolled up tortilla in a circle. Takis, thank you, Takis. Takis are like the dominant, they're like one of the dominant chips right now. I've never, like, Takis have taken the world by storm. Denverton Road says, where did you get it split? I've always wanted one. Mine was done by Russ Fox, who works in Canada. So I traveled to Canada to have it done. Russ Fox was a consummate professional and was really, really cool and did a great job. Takis are legit mid. Texture's always been a toss-up. Really? Is that really? That's not my experience. I don't know. Maybe I mean, I guess I don't eat that many Takis. I usually eat a few Takis each time my partner gets them. I guess I haven't had that much of an issue with the texture of the Takis. Oh, hell yeah! Witch Night Melody says, thanks for recommending Cholula ages ago. I switched to using it. I can't go back. It's so good. Cholula is like top tier tabletop hot sauce. Like Cholula's like it's right. It's like about as good as it gets for like a day-to-day, everyday hot sauce. It's like, for me, it's like Cholula, Frank's. The Frank's Red Hot, obviously a classic, and then the Tapatio Standard, like the classic flavor. Those are like the ones. Those are like the ones that I'm like, those are the hot sauces that I go for. But Cholula is just like, it's got such a great flavor. It goes amazing with eggs. It goes amazing with so much stuff. Cholula is like a bomb. It's so good. You know, Secret Aardvark is, everybody's been talking about Secret Aardvark lately. I've had it one time and I couldn't taste it because I was eating a giant hot dog that was loaded with stuff, and I couldn't get the flavor out above all the other stuff. But a lot of people have been talking about Secret Aardvark lately. So I don't know, maybe it's good, but I haven't had it enough, so. Why is it called that? I have no idea. It's citrusy? Okay. See, I love the Verde Tabasco. You know, I've never been a fan of Tabasco. I don't know what it is, but the Tabasco flavor palette just doesn't meld with me. My mom loved Tabasco, and I know a lot of people who love the Tabasco sauce. I've never been able to get into it. I don't know what it is. It just doesn't appeal to me. I like the Frank's Red Hot Buffalo as well, like the buffalo flavor that's not the Frank's Red Hot original. Sriracha is terrible. That depends strongly on the brand that you get. There are multiple brands that do sriracha, and the sriracha that is most popular in America used to be amazing. Then they got in a massive legal dispute and changed the formula, and it's shit now. You have to order, I wish I remembered the brands. You have to, there's a certain brand that you have to order. You can get it on Amazon for very cheap, but it's not carried in most stores. But seriously, it's not the like one that is carried in Walmart. That stuff has gone down the drain. But okay, let me wash my hands, and then we're gonna play some video games and keep talking, because I have some hot takes to drop. Okay, incoming fast food hot takes. Okay. DM hates iceberg lettuce? Yes, I do hate iceberg lettuce. Iceberg lettuce is fucking trash. It really is that simple. Green leaf lettuce is easier to prep and just better? Yes, it is. Butter lettuce, green leaf lettuce, spinach, bok choy. There's 100 different options, and people choose fucking iceberg, which is just like, you might as well just squirt some water or ice. Why don't you just shave some ice cubes onto your fucking sandwich, huh? Dark Souls 2 time while I ramble about stuff. I have hot takes coming in soon. Crunchy water? Yeah, it's fucking ice cubes. It's fucking ice shavings. But Demon Mama, that's all the Midwesterners could get. It's a skill issue. Nah, I don't believe that. I don't believe it. Which one keeps giving people cholera again? I don't know. I don't fucking know. Ah, yeah, we're about to do Dragon Airy. Ah, tonight's gonna be so sick. Dragon Airy, Dragon Airy. All right, let's do this. Wait, we need some more. Wait, how are we doing on arrows? We might need some more arrows. Okay, we're doing great on arrows. Okay, we don't need anything from here. Bye, Hypno Amber. Thanks for coming. All right, up to the Dragon Airy. Cureem says, Demon Mama, would you ever do a dessert tier list? Fuck yeah! That sounds like an awesome idea. Maybe we'll do it next stream. A dessert tier list sounds fucking sick. Oh, man. I've never done this zone. This is so cool. What the hell? This is so sick. What is this fucking place? This is awesome. Yeah, fuck Walmart. Walmart for food is the worst. The Walmart shopping experience is legitimately terrible. Hold on, wait a second. We're not ready for this. We gotta take the ladder up, we gotta take the ladder up and see what's up there before we go any further, because I see stuff over there. The only area in this game that looks halfway decent. Wrong! A lot of these zones look really sick. Yes, Dark Souls 2 has some areas that are a little rough, but it also has a lot of really, really, really good areas. Hold on, where's that? I saw a treasure. There it is. I want this treasure. Twinkling Titanite, that's it? Now how the hell do I get back? Is it over for me? Oh, wait a minute, I have an item. I just got an item. They want me to use the item. I got the aged feather. Oh yeah, fast food hot takes, okay? Fast food hot take. Most fast food most fast food sauces have completely gone into the gutter. And when I say the reason, people are gonna think that I'm one of those weird conspiracy theorists, but I'm not, and I just need you to understand that I'm 100% correct, which is that it's because they use fucking soybean oil for everything. It's actually terrible, and it makes every single fast food sauce taste exactly the same, which is to say bad. And there's only a handful of sauces that still manage to stand above them. And those sauces are as follows. Chick-fil-A sauce. Chick-fil-A sauce is a magnificent sauce, genuinely incredible, goes good on almost everything. And get this, it's actually really fucking good on pizza. And I know people are gonna be like, what the fuck are you talking about? But I'm dead serious. If you don't believe me, try it on a pizza sometime. Specifically pizza with chicken on it. It is genuinely amazing. What the fuck was that? Why did I do a weird upswing? What caused that upswing? Oh. Okay, so that's the forward attack, apparently, is like a swing like that. Okay. So, legitimately, actually incredible. Chick-fil-A sauce, one of the best fast food sauces in the game right now. Okay, nice try, I guess, dude. Another sauce that's legitimately really good. Chick-fil-A buffalo sauce. The Chick-fil-A buffalo sauce, I've heard that it was even better before, but it's actually still really, really good. It is very, very tart. Whoa, there's eggs! What the hell's going on here? Why are there eggs here? I don't want to break them. No! I didn't mean to. I was trying to roll past. I'm so sorry. I hear sparkling. Hey. Okay. Yeah, do not break those. Yeah, I have a feeling that I will regret that, and I'm really sorry. I didn't mean to. Dark Spirit Fencer Sharon? Okay. All right, bring it then. Can I hit this? Whoa! This person's got crazy HP. What the fuck is this shit? Okay. I like her hat. And her sword is actually pretty interesting, I'm not gonna lie. Oh, it's a whip. Ow, ow, ow. I did not mean to do that. No! Why did the spirit break the eggs? And also, why did it do HP damage to me? How'd that happen? What the fuck is going on here? Oh my god. Okay. Alright, well, okay. That was crazy. Okay, so 2 sauce hot takes done, okay? Chick-fil-A sauce is one of the best fast food sauces in the world. And Chick-fil-A Buffalo is also really good. Here's another hot one, okay? Underappreciated sauce of the day, perhaps underappreciated sauce of the year. A&W's Spicy Papa Sauce. The Spicy Papa Sauce is legitimately fantastic, and it goes really well on a lot of other fast food stuff. Obviously, the Spicy Papa Sauce is kind of best with the, like, the wow, okay. With the cheese curds from A&W, that's kind of what it's, like, designed for, and it is really good. Oh, no. Okay. Hold on. No, no. Okay. I've heard that Canadian A&W is, like, legitimately good. I've heard it's pretty fantastic, but I've never gotten to have it yet, so I don't know for sure. Oh my god, there's so many little lizards underneath. That's so cute. Dragon tooth? No! Okay, 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 okay. What the hell are these guys doing? Where'd they even come from? Ow. What a bunch of assholes. Okay. So, Another fast food sauce hot take. Okay, ready? Most of the McDonald's sauces completely suck. Like really completely suck. And it's really unfortunate. Oh shit. No! Oh shit. Okay. Soul of a Brave Warrior. Boltstone. Alright, well now we're in trouble. Lol. Lol. What is this? This is like baby's first dragon in comparison to the Elden Ring dragons who like bend their head backwards to shoot fire in a 360-degree angle. What is this goofiness? Ow, okay, you finally got me. I'll give you that. Okay, you finally got me. Alright, fine. You got me twice. Fair enough. How did that one hit me? That's what I want to know. How the fuck did that hit? You want to know another hot sauce or another fast food sauce hot take while I'm fighting this dragon? Zesty sauce from Burger King. One of the best of all time. But it's literally not worth going to Burger King to get zesty sauce. It's so unfortunate because Burger King zesty sauce is legitimately incredible. It's actually phenomenal how good it is. Gotcha. Gotcha. Flame Quartz Ring. Woo! Is Dark Souls 3 after this one? I think we're gonna do Demon Souls next because I was supposed to do Demon Souls between Dark Souls 1 and 2, but then I got distracted and we didn't have the PS3 running yet. But I don't know. I might go straight into Dark Souls 3. It's hard for me. I don't know for sure. I haven't quite made up my mind yet. Oh no, she crunched her own eggs. Why'd she do that? Why'd she crunch her own eggs? That's so sad. But Demon Souls is fucking amazing. And so... Are you for real right now? Did we just... You will be punished for your egg-related crimes? I didn't do that one. She did that one. I shouldn't get punished for those. I would restore the eggs if I could, but I can't. This is some fucking bullshit right here. Sekiro win. Sekiro will be after we do how do I get over there? Sekiro will be after we do Bloodborne, I think. We're gonna do Dark Souls 3, then Bloodborne, then Sekiro. Well, that was bullshit. Yeah, so the Burger King zesty sauce, amazing, but also, oh, come on, really? Everything's fucking broken because of those enemies. They dissolve it. No Demon Souls. No. Doe, I already said that. I said we're definitely doing Demon Souls. I said I was doing Demon Souls either before or after Dark Souls 3. We're definitely doing Demon Souls on stream, I promise you. That's a promise to you, Doe, specifically. I will do Demon Souls, and I will expect your attendance for the Demon Souls streams, by the way. Oh my god, wait. The eggs are back. The eggs have come back. I won't be punished anymore. The eggs are back. Woohoo! Yippee! Are you for real? What is wrong with these things? What the fuck is going on with these bastards? What the fuck is wrong with these things? This is driving me crazy. God damn it! What a load of shit. Oh, fuck, I fell in a hole. Okay, do I have any other hot sauce? Do I have any other fast food sauce? Oh, yeah. Taco Bell fire sauce, amazing. Taco Bell hot sauce, completely forgettable. Taco Bell Diablo sauce, fucking garbage. Why is it like that? Why is the fire sauce the absolute best? And why is every other sauce that they have garbage? You like the Diablo sauce? Okay, maybe I'm getting the hot sauce and the Diablo sauce mixed up. Regardless, the fire sauce is the only one that's actually good. You want to know what's the dregs, okay? Wendy's, okay? Wendy's has like literally no good sauces. The only sauce they have that's okay is their ranch, their ghost pepper ranch, and the rest of their sauces are like swill. And I don't understand how that's possible. Like, how do you make a restaurant where like you're constantly advertising your nuggets, but all of your sauces are fucking crap? Honestly, Wendy's is in a really bad place right now. Ever since they got rid of the fish sandwich, there's like nothing good there. Their fish sandwich was poggers. I can't even believe it. And then they got rid of it. And I'm like, why would you get rid of the only thing that's reliably good on your entire menu? It's so stupid. I hate this fucker. Oh my god. Their ghost pepper sauce is awesome? No, it's passable. It's not awesome. It's just, it's passable. But it's the only good sauce they've got. So, I guess by comparison, it's kind of like good-esque. I wouldn't go so far as to say it's awesome though. It has a long way to go before being awesome, in my opinion. For fast food sauce, Wendy's burgers are good. Best of the big three. What's the big three now? Like, what do you consider the big three? Oh, what the hell are you? Hello? Whoa! 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 Hold on. I thought you were an NPC. What the hell is this? A Dave's triple solos the entire McDonald's and Burger King menu. Burger King can't be counted as the big three. Like, they're not big anymore. Burger King is like in the pits. The big three now is like McDonald's, Chick-fil-A, and Wendy's probably. Maybe like Five Guys. Oh my God, look at that placement. Hold on a second, I can kill this another way. Gotcha. Large soul of a brave warrior. I don't want to fight this dragon. It wasn't worth a lot of souls. Five Guys is fast casual, not fast food. Whataburger would definitely be a contender if they were nationwide. Okay, the thing is, Wendy's at its best is good. I'll give them that. Like, when they're at their best, it is actually, oh shit. What the fuck is going, what is this? What is this shit? Where are we? This is so confusing. I love this. I have no idea what's going on here. This is deranged. Honestly deranged. Okay, I gotta go back first. I'm not done in this area. The Wendy's near us is like, so, the thing is, so McDonald's burgers are the most reliable of fast food, like, all together. And it's pretty major. Are you fucking kidding me? What is wrong with these goddamn crystal lizards? They're driving me crazy. I'm gonna lose my shit. Fuck these crystal lizards. This shit is bullshit. Burger King has grossed like 10 billion annually. They're behind, but still near the top. I legitimately do not know how that's possible. Every time, like, first of all, the last like 20 times I've been to a Burger King in the last 10 years, it's been the worst experience of my life. And every time I go past a Burger King, it's like the saddest environment I've ever seen. There's never anybody inside. It's always empty as shit. The employees always look like they're about an inch away from killing themselves. And also there's no one in the drive-thru, which to me, like, having nobody in your drive-thru is like a good sign that you're on life support. Also, didn't they get like, maybe that's like their like global income or something. Wendy's has like a massive inconsistency problem. That's my biggest issue with Wendy's, is that every time you go to Wendy's, you never know if you're gonna get like a dried out, like fucking boot leather ass sandwich, or whether you're gonna get like a sandwich you can actually eat. When Wendy's is good, the Dave's burger is actually pretty good, but it's like, I don't know the last time I was able to get a good burger, like, you know, in a row, like that wasn't a one-off, you know?
I'll be around if you make it back.
Did BK actually used to be good? BK used to be fucking fire. Burger King used to be like, in like 2011, Burger King was like at the peak, and then they had a huge fall. There was a time where you could go to Burger King and you could order a mushroom and Swiss veggie burger. And it was like legitimately one of the best things I'd ever had in fast food. And then they were just like, nah, we're getting rid of the mushroom Swiss burger completely, and we're definitely getting rid of the like veggie options. But also Burger King, you used to be able to reliably get like their fries. The last time I got Burger King, they were a 24-hour location, and we went at like 1 a.m. We weren't the only car in the drive-thru, and it was late. But that also means that you know that they have to be cooking your food fresh, because they, like, at night, they can't like have the food sitting around, or at least there's no reasonable Like, no reasonable restaurant would have the food sitting around like that. But sure enough, with the food we got, the fucking fries were cold. I challenge you to find a Burger King where you can get a cold Whopper. I mean, a warm Whopper. Like an actually hot, fresh Whopper. I'm not even joking with you when I say, like, the last, like, 10 times I've gone to a Burger King, the Whopper has been cold. It's just, they do not know how to heat their own fucking things. It's so stupid. Doe wants me to watch something, so I'm gonna grant its wish because that's how I am, because I'm cool like that. Cold Whopper is like the most common fucking experience. It's so fucking shit, and it's the worst. All right, hold on a second. All right, let's see this. Let's see this. This guy getting coached through the Heimlich maneuver on a raccoon by his bros. Another world is possible.
Dude, he helped it. I think that he hasn't. He is choking, though. A little bit lower, Bill. Upward motion. There you go. There it is. A little bit lower.
Yo!
Let's go. You're not going to die. Yes. You're not going to die. You saved him. I don't think you got that.
They saved him!
You got that.
Oh my fucking god.
That was terrifying.
No.
Yo!
Dude.
You saved him.
Oh my god.
You saved his life, dude. That's hilarious.
Wow! That was so cute! I'm so happy they saved him! Bingo Bongus says, to be honest, I think COVID obliterated every fast food chain. I feel like they've all fallen off. So true, though. So freaking true. I was just talking about that with Doe the other day. So freaking true. You're welcome, Doe. You can request, you have the ability to request anything of me on stream at any time. And yeah, I'm probably gonna do it. And if not, I'll just tell you no, but obviously I will. How so? I haven't noticed anything? Wait, for real? Are you being serious right now? Like, maybe you live in like a lucky world? Like a lucky corner of the world? But I'm dead serious when I say that, like, fast food is like way worse than it's ever been. It's like the worst by a long shot that it's ever been. It's such a disaster. Got you, asshole. Got you. All right, so using the arrows is definitely where it's at. It's McDonald's. What am I supposed to be expecting genuinely? McDonald's is like, the McDonald's are the ones who've stayed the strongest, but they've also, like, they've shrunk their menu, and they make way more mistakes than they used to. McDonald's has been the most consistent, I'll be completely honest. But yeah. Burger King in the pits. Fucking Wendy's struggling. A&W, KFC, don't even get me fucking started. KFC is in shambles, okay? KFC sells in fucking shambles. I'm dead serious. KFC's in like the worst place it's ever been. It's actually like borderline inedible. Taco Bell is fine, but the Taco Bell's biggest problem is that they invent something good and then they throw it away, and then they invent something bad and they keep it forever. Taco Bell had this crispy, they had a crispy cheese taco. It was like a soft taco that had this very specific crispy cheese on the outside. It was goddamn delicious. And then they got rid of it in order to bring in the, what's it called? It's called the grilled cheese burrito, which is it is the experience of eating a grilled cheese burrito is like eating a greasy sock that has been full of soup. I'm not even kidding you. It's so bad. Genuinely just terrible. I can't even believe that they were like, we need to keep this on our menu because it's one of the worst fast food items I've ever had. That said, Taco Bell just did the what's it called? It's called the Cheez-It, the Big Cheez-It Crunch Wrap. The Big Cheez-It Crunch Wrap is awesome. It actually is a big Cheez-It. I thought it was gonna be one of those things where it's like, it's a branding crossover that doesn't taste anything like the thing it's supposed to taste like, but legit, it straight up is. It just actually, unironically is though. And it's so good. What the fuck is this person's problem now? I'm sorry. Did you think you, excuse me? I'm sorry, what the fuck? Eat shit. That sounds like ass? No, it's legitimately awesome. What do you think of McDonald's milkshakes? They're meh. They're meh. The problem with McDonald's milkshakes is that they're too sweet and they're not creamy enough. Which is just a bummer, you know? Fuck you, asshole. Okay, he detonated prematurely. That's fucking a load of shit. Okay. Where's the other stupid crystal lizards here? These crystal lizards are getting on my goddamn nerves, I'm not gonna lie. I hate being foiled by crystal lizards, and this game has the most crystal lizards of any game. Maybe Demon's Souls is the only other game that has as many crystal lizards as this game. But Demon's Souls is just pure troll. Demon's Souls is just like, oh, you thought you were going to be able to get those crystal lizards? Just kidding. This crystal lizard deliberately jumps off a cliff and then lands on a platform with 5 other unreachable crystal lizards, all of which just jump off the map instantly. It's so goofy. Any Panda Express hot takes? Yeah, here's the hot take. Why the fuck would you ever eat at Panda Express? Like, a legitimate question. No irony at all. Why would you ever eat at Panda Express? I guarantee you, anywhere where there is a Panda Express, there is an equally cheap Chinese restaurant that you could get the food at just as fast, and it would be 10 times better. I actually do not understand why people eat at like PF Chang's or Panda Express. It makes no fucking sense to me. There is in the vicinity there will be a restaurant called like China Wall, Great Wall, China Garden, Great Garden, Wall Garden, doesn't matter. Pick a name. It'll be one of those names, and it will be 20 times better than anything you'll get there for the exact same price, and you'll probably get it faster. If I'm completely honest. Okay, here's some hacks though. I saw people saying that I saw Chariot saying the only thing that she gets at Taco Bell is the $1 tacos. Here's some secret hacks for what's good at Taco Bell, okay? Beefy 5-layer burrito, banger, okay? Legitimately amazing. It's a fire item. Yes, the soft tacos are really good, but specifically the spicy potato soft tacos is where it's at. Oh. And well, there's another item that I like. Oh yeah, the chalupas with the like fry bread, those are actually good too. They're really good. Oh hey, wait, I can ride back over to where I was. Hold on a second here. Whee! Oh, that's so cute. Okay, so this zone is not as large as I thought, but it's still pretty amazing and awesome. I really like this. So far, this has been sick. I am gonna go rest up and go level up because I feel like I'm making progress. Hell yeah, Louis boy, that sounds awesome. And of course, the Taco Bell Cheez-It Crunchwrap is legitimately amazing. I'm not kidding you. I'm serious. Try it. It's way better than the normal Crunchwrap. The normal Crunchwrap just kind of has like a forgettable, like shitty, like taco shell in it. But the Cheez-It makes all the difference. It adds so much flavor to it. It's really good. I've gotten it 3 times now, and it's really good. People aren't gonna like this one either, but I don't really give a shit. But I'm gonna say it anyway, which is the best shakes in the fast food game are once again Chick-fil-A. Chick-fil-A is fucking kicking everyone's ass. It's not even funny. Chick-fil-A is like, it's so sad that Chick-fil-A is the victor right now, but they really are. Chick-fil-A is mid. That's cope. I'm sorry. That's just mad cope. There's just, not only is Chick-fil-A like have better offerings than everybody else, their food quality is better, and they pay their employees better. It's sad to me. It's really unfortunate, but like the Christian nationalist food chain is kicking everyone else's ass, and it brings such shame onto the rest of the world. I like eating the wood chips out of a Hobby Lobby. Oh yeah, totally. That's exactly what I would say. I don't eat at Chick-fil-A because I don't want to ruin my reputation among normie lesbians. Here's a secret. Normie lesbians don't give a fucking shit. It's only internet people, and all of them eat at Chick-fil-A anyway. If they were hungry and they were like out on the road, they'd be like, okay, everybody, we're eating at Chick-fil-A, but don't tell everyone. It's so stupid. The fucking Chick-fil-A boycott literally did nothing and does nothing, and everybody knows it. Like, what are you seriously telling me that like 10 gay people choosing to not go to Chick-fil-A is gonna defeat the fact that every single day, every single Saturday, every Christian family takes all 15 of their children and stacks the drive-thru at Chick-fil-A so that it wraps around the local block, and then 5 gay people are like, oh, we're totally gonna take these guys down by refusing to eat the chicken. Let's go eat fucking garbage chicken and get fucking E. coli because we don't want to give money to the gigantic mega conglomerate. Oops, forgot that Burger King, McDonald's, everybody else donates to Trump too. Yeah, sorry. I'm being a hater, but I'm for real though. Damn, that's fucking sad, Chariot. I'm actually kind of shocked by that. I think Steak and Shake have the best shakes. Ooh. Actually, I haven't been to Steak and Shake in like a really long time, so I don't know if they have the best shakes. Now here's one, Shake Shack. Shake Shack is fire as hell, but I bet a lot of people would consider them not fast food and that they would be like fast casual as well, because honestly, they're not fast at all, but their food is really good. Excuse me. My goodness. Shake Shack is sick. Shake Shack has a, they have this special type of cheese that's like their patented cheese. It's like some kind of cheese blend that folds like really well. So basically like the cheese, they put the cheese, they bake the cheese into their super burger. So they have a portobello burger, but they also have this burger that's called like a supreme burger. And the supreme burger is a normal burger patty, a fried portobello stuffed with their unique cheese, and pieces of bacon. And it is genuinely incredible. Also, their shakes are really good, but again, they're in that category that people would probably like. I don't think it's really fair to, especially if we're not considering Five Guys fast food. If Five Guys isn't fast food, then Shake Shack definitely isn't. But yeah, Whataburger is really good, by the way. I love Whataburger, but almost no one ever gets to eat Whataburger except for people who live in Texas. So most people have never had Whataburger, and that means that, like, you know, we're at a disadvantage talking about Whataburger, which, you know. But Whataburger is really good, and one of the things that makes Whataburger good is, got it. What makes Whataburger good is their spicy ketchup is incredible. Like, no joke, it's legitimately so good. I miss the spicy ketchup, and you can get it in stores in Texas, which is like so cool. Ring of the Evil Eye +1. Sleepy Dragon. I love dragons so much. I wish dragons were real. I wish that were me. I would make such a good dragon. I would be like the best dragon around. I'm like a liberal, but except for dragons. You know how liberals are like, you just gotta get a good guy in charge? I'm like that, where I would be like, if I was the dragon that was terrorizing the countryside, I would be the good one. Ow. That's so good, Gay Fish. Chariot, next time I'm in the Chicago area, we definitely got to get some deep dish together. That'd be fun as hell. I don't know when the next time I'm going to be in that area was. The last time I was there, I didn't know you lived in that area. Otherwise, I would have reached out to you and we would have connected, but I legitimately didn't know you lived there. Because we did visit people. Last time we were in Chicago, we visited friends in that area. Okay, so now we gotta go kill that guy, right? Excuse me? Hello? Hello? Why can't I do it this time? What's going on here? Why could I do it before? Oh, it's up there. It's that one up there. Okay, never mind. That sounds fucking sick. Do you have any favorite places in Chicago? No, because I haven't spent enough time in Chicago. The last 2 times I was in Chicago, I was only there for like a really short period of time. So like I was there for 1 day. Damn, our boy's arms are so ripped. Holy shit. I was there for like 1 day. We stayed overnight. Actually, it was a really memorable night because we definitely got the Windy City experience. Our RV was getting blown, was like rocking all over the place from how much wind there was. But it wasn't like tipping, at threat of tipping over, but it was like rattling and so windy. I slept so goddamn well. It was like the most soothing thing in the entire goddamn universe. Also, how the fuck do I get around these eggs? How am I supposed to get past these eggs to go fight that lady? I don't get it. Maybe I can jump off up here. Sewer socialism would have fixed Chicago. Would it have? Oh, maybe I jump down here and land on the other end of the eggs. That feels like it's gonna put me on top of the eggs and break the eggs. I don't want to do that. I don't want to do that. I really, really, really don't want to break any more eggs. I felt bad enough already. Okay. So let's analyze the space. So that bridge would take us somewhere, but I don't even know how to get over there. I definitely don't know how to get to this thing. I want to, but I don't know how. I can't say I have a favorite spot in Chicago. I need to spend more time there. Which I'm sure I will. You know, I like to roam. I like to roam about. And go on little adventures. I'm an adventurer. Oh. My neck. Did you know about how Chicago got colder than Alaska last December? No, but I believe it. That said, I bet if you were going for like peak coldness, I bet Alaska would win all the time. Alaska's so crazy cold. It's really cool to me that Alaska is like a different world. Like, they have a completely different experience of like time. Because in Alaska, the change of hours, like of daytime, is so drastic. There are times in Alaska, there are periods of the year in Alaska where you will get like 3 hours of daylight maximum, which is absolutely crazy to think about. Yo, we got an Alaskan viewer? That's fucking fire! I really want to go to Alaska, like really bad. It's like one of the places I most want to go visit. But also, I need to be prepared. I think I would want to go to Alaska and, oh, what the hell is this now? I think if I went to Alaska, I would want to go and like get an RV so I could drive around all of Alaska and just like check out where I wanted to. And then just like park wherever and camp. I think that would be sick as hell. Where's my prism stones? Hello, prism stone, there we go. Okay. So that's gonna kill me immediately. How the fuck do I get over there without breaking an egg? What the hell is going on here? And also, how the fuck do I get onto there? How do I get to there? Marker84 with the tier 2 sub. Thank you so very, very much. Thank you so much. Can you drop from the bridge? Marker84, that's awesome. I'm so happy you got to see it. We reviewed it earlier today. What's your favorite bird to watch? I mean, I love watching chickadees. But I also really like seeing the flicker, the northern flicker. Northern flickers are so cute because they have a very particular way of like eating. They like go near like cracks in the road and stuff. Oh, I didn't even know for sure if you could do that. Yes, soul of a great hero. Woohoo! Now getting the other one is gonna be even harder and I'll probably die, so. Oh, hell yeah, Gayfesh. That's so cute, I love those. Okay. So now I realize what we have to do to progress. Here we go, here we go, here we go. Whoop. Scooch. All right, let's see if we can make this. Oh! We did it! Damn, first try. Sick as fuck. So will I get invaded again, or is that done for? Ah, here we go. This feels cheesy. Massive dub. Damn, being an archer is sick. Playing an archer class is fun as hell. I am so excited to play Elden Ring with you all, because I can't wait to show you how awesome Elden Ring archer builds are. They're like the most underappreciated Elden Ring build, and they're so fucking cool. Especially the way that I'm going to do it. You guys are gonna lose your shit. I'll be dead from old age by then. Well, you know, one can hope. Just kidding. Haha, just kidding. Just joking. Just kidding. Here's the deal. Here's the deal, though. If we get more and more people to watch the gaming streams, I'll get multiple gaming streams a week. I'm talking streams where we play games for multiple hours. That'd be sick. But we gotta get those numbers up. I need help. I need the community to help me figure out avenues to get more people in here. Cause like this has been fun as hell. We've been shooting the shit. I've been dropping fast food hot takes. We've been having a good ass time. Do you have any Mario parties? I don't think I have any of the Mario Party games. But I'm not closed to like playing them or getting them. I've played 1 million of the Mario Party games in the past. Oops. Shit. Oh boy, here we go. Did you see the newest Mario Party? Nah, I didn't. Is it good? Does it look good? I could do that, but that might be dark. Ouch. I didn't even see this guy. Oh man, fuck you. It is true, Uncle Gumbald. I could trick people by saying that I'm going to do drama and then just endlessly put it off. But the problem is that runs the risk of seriously pissing people off, and then they won't stick around. On the off chance, though, they might have so much fun while I'm playing games that they would come back anyway. But it's a pretty heavy risk. I know I'm dead here. I can tell. I can just tell. Also, it was in the trailer, so I know it's over. Okay, I guess not. I guess that wasn't the one. I guess it's the next one. Yo, Dragon Shrine. Let's do it. Oh, really? This asshole again? He's tiny this time. Why is he so small? Why is he's so tiny this time? What the hell?
Young Hollow, how you grapple without falter with this dreadfully twisted world.
Yeah, bro. Of course I do.
Peace grants men the illusion of life. Shackled by falsehoods, they yearn for love, unaware of its grand illusion. Until the curse touches their flesh. We are bound by this yoke, as true as the dark that turns within men. All men trust fully the illusion of life. But is this so wrong? A construction of facade, and yet a world full of warmth and resplendence. Young Hollow, are you intent on shattering the yoke? Spoiling this wonderful falsehood?
I don't... What? Am I intent on spoiling the wonderful falsehood? You mean, like, of linking the fire? Is that what he's talking about? That, like, linking the fire brings quote-unquote life, and I don't want to? I mean, I don't know, like, to me, it seems like that's like a false life, and that actually life proceeds anyway, and we know that's true. So, I'm gonna say yeah. I'm gonna say yeah, I am.
I am Olya. I sought to shed the yoke of fate, but failed.
Did you, though?
Now, I only await an answer. Seek the throne. Seek light, dark, and what lies beyond.
Why you look like that, man? I feel like normally it would be really, really, really rude to like ask somebody, just to roll up to somebody and be like, why you look like that? But I definitely feel it's appropriate with Alia. I feel like I would be like, dude, why the fuck do you look like that? Can you tell me why you're like a giant pile of goo and roots? Because that's freaking me out. And I want to know why. Louis boy, send those to me towards the end when I'm about to wrap up. Because if I try to tab out now, I want to see it. But if I try to tab out now, it's gonna be a mess. Because it's gonna lag the stream and everything. So I'll do it once I'm done. I would very much like to see that.
Bearer of the curse, I will always be at your side until hope has...
Let's level, let's put some more vigor in. We are only at 36, so we definitely need some more vigor. We gotta be able to live more. Also, we should go visit Ornifex and see if there's any cool weapons we can get. Or what's his head? What's his face? Shit. Strayed cell. Let's go talk to Strayed, and then we'll talk to Ornifex. That sounds like a good idea. I always forget that guy's name. Where is he? There he is.
Well, this is a most twisted soul. Very good indeed.
All right, bro.
Prepare to peer straight into the heart of magic.
Okay. Mytha's bent blade. Ooh, a bow. Dragon Rider bow. I need more strength for that. Huh. Wait. Sacred Oath? Soul of Velstad? This is a faith spell. What's this do? Ancient miracle said to have been devised by warriors who once served the god of sun. Provides a temporary boost to the attack and defense of its caster and all nearby allies. Okay, we don't need that. Mytha's bent blade. Dagger forged from the soul of Mytha, coated with a potent poison. Oh, okay. Smelter sword. Pursuer's ultra greatsword. That's a cool one. That's a really cool one. Warped sword. Soul of the last giant. Giant stone axe. King Vendrick disappeared as the war with the giants reached its ferocious peak, leaving his castle. Some swear that upon hearing the news, the queen's face remained as still as her portrait. Barbed club. Dragon Rider halberd. Roaring halberd. Bone scythe. Skeleton Lord's soul is the roaring halberd. Chariot lance. Hey, chariot! The spotted whip. Covered with strange spots that betray its poisonous effects. That's kind of cool. Unfortunately, the whip items kind of suck. Dragon Rider Great Shield. That thing looks cool as hell. Yeah, I'm mostly dex, so I don't really need anything else. Because I have the black bow. Okay. Alright. Interesting.
Feeble. Let's hope the magnificence of my spells does not deter you.
Shut the fuck up. You're so annoying. This guy's such a dick. Alright, so I gotta find Ornifex, which I forget which is the closest one. I'm missing one? Wait, I'm missing a spot in Brightstone Cove? Feeble cursed one! Let's hope the magnificence of my spells doesn't deter you! That literally big, you cannot handle my potions energy. Straight up. Accurate. I literally do not remember how to get to Ornifex from here exactly. I feel like if I go down this way, it's the right path. Like, I think she's down there, right? But maybe it's on the other side. Oh shit, hold on a second. I'll answer your question in just a second. Marker84 asks, do you think it's permissible to make pro-trans arguments using religious justifications? I have been milling it over in my head and I feel I can make a strong argument that affirms trans identity. I asked an older philosophy teacher about my argument and he said he couldn't find a counter to it. Yeah, I think that's perfectly permissible. And in fact, I think that's probably a good thing. Especially if you can't find a good counter argument without like stretching really far or something like that, or working outside of the framework. I think it's totally good, in fact, and very helpful, because that argument is likely to appeal to some people who might otherwise be pulled in another direction. So yeah, most certainly, I think that's permissible. I mean, obviously, I always, I would have to take the argument on face value. I'm not religious myself, so there's probably things that there are probably issues I would have with the framework for the argument, but not necessarily the argument itself. Yeah.
Hello there. What can I do for you?
I love Ornifex! Oh, we gotta get some fire arrows while we can. Let's get like 100 fire arrows or something. Yeah, no problem. Thorned Greatsword, Looking Glass Soul. That sounds cool. Lost Sinner's Soul. Guardian Dragon Soul. The Drakewing Ultra Greatsword. That is so sick. Spider's Fang, Spider's Silk. What's this? Thrusting Sword, okay. Sacred Chime Hammer, Iron King Hammer, Spitfire Spear. Ooh, it's Faith. Ooh. Ooh, wait, no it's not. Oh yeah, it is. It's fire damage that scales off of Faith. This is sick. We already got the dragon. We're gonna do this one. We're getting the Guardian Dragon one. That's for sure. That's sick as shit. Oh no! I didn't realize they were, oops, I didn't realize they used the same soul. Oh, that's confusing. Oh well, bummer. Prosy Rosie says, Demon Mama, do you believe that NB should be under the trans umbrella? I think it already is, like functionally, right? Like I understand that like people, go back and forth over whether or not it's like the definitions, but I don't think that the definitions, they don't need to be that tight. Like, they pretty much are already under. Whoa, that's so sick! What the fuck? This is cool! I wanna level this thing up. This thing looks sick as hell. This is a great alternative weapon. I'm gonna go level this shit up so we have another weapon. This is sick as fuck, and I love it. Also, if we decide to switch over to playing like a dragon character, that'd be really fun. Because I kind of want to try the dragon stuff. I've heard there's some cool dragon stuff in this game. Good night, Bingo Bongus. But yeah, I don't really think there's a need to split hairs. I think that like being non-binary and being trans have so much overlap that the trans umbrella is inclusive of being non-binary. And the hot take here, the hottest take of all, which is gonna make some people really angry, but it genuinely shouldn't, is that trans people are also non-binary. Like, by definition. And yes, there are quote-unquote binary trans people, but those people are still, like, they're violating the concept of the binary in the first place by being able to move from one side to the other and transitioning across it. All stages of that is a refutation of the binary, which is why I think that, honestly, trans should be under the NB umbrella as well. that is controversial. Yeah, but I don't know why. It makes no sense to me why that would be controversial, except for people who are, except for that there are a bunch of people who are like anti-non-binary and insist that like, no, I'm not like those people. It just doesn't make any sense. You can be you can be NB and not necessarily be trans, right? Or am I waffling? Well, some people would argue that. I think it depends. I mean, yes, I think that conceptually it's probably possible to come up with a scenario in which somebody is non-binary without specifically being like trans or without identifying as trans or whatever. But also at the same time, the concept of being transgender is being somebody who is crossing across traditional categories of gender. The real problem that you run into when you try to break down these words is that you eventually get to the point where you realize that like the term trans in and of itself is deeply flawed, and that in their current form, like in its current form, the term trans implies a binary that we know doesn't exist. It's a real problem of the terminology if you overthink it. That's why I think people shouldn't overthink it, and we all know exactly what we're saying and meaning, you know?
Huh.
Where's my... Oh, here it is. Oh, this is a petrified dragon bone path. Cool.
I'll be around.
I need more souls, though, to upgrade it. Transhumanism.
What?
You again. Shut up. Why are you being an asshole? Oh, I don't have enough petrified dragon bones. Okay, hopefully I'll get some more. Dragon tooth, dragon tooth. What? It's okay, we'll go level up. Don't waste my time. Shut up, asshole.
Bearer until hope.
I want to put... Wait, is it endurance or... I want to put a little more... Wait, endurance. Yeah. I want to put a little more into endurance. I need a little more stamina. I'm struggling with this current level of stamina. We have a lot of souls to spend, honestly. I should use these. There we go.
Bearer until hope.
What? If transhumanism was available right now, what would you be? What do you mean by that? Like, you mean if I could, like, modify my body in any way? Oh, that would be... That's an incredibly large question. But let's just say you would not recognize me. Except for by my character. You would have to use advanced knowledge in order to recognize myself. My physical form would look nothing like it does now. Yeah, we'd be getting some crazy stuff going. Let's just put it that way. Damn it, I probably shouldn't have done that. I wonder... I don't really care for the Belfry Gargoyle items, but whatever, it doesn't really matter. We're gonna go, let's get back to work. We'll farm up enough souls shortly. Doesn't really matter. So wait, do we want to go do DLC stuff now? Is that what I should do? Should I stop following the normal path? Am I gonna get to the end of the game? Should I go do DLC stuff now? Is this like the time? Biblically accurate angel? Let's just say it would be Bloodborne-esque. Do you know how fucking useful tentacles would be? Like, they're insanely useful. I would be able to do so goddamn much if I was able to, like, just... This is sick. What is this spear? It's so weird and I love it. IRL cost parasite. IRL costs. Drake Keeper boots. I would do this area, then the giant dreams, then DLCs. Put as many points as you can into vigor or things will become more and more difficult. Okay. I always have 50 vigor. Okay. All right. Utility tentacles. To be truly eldritch. Oh, absolutely 100%. Would gladly embrace the beyond if that were such a thing, if that were such a possibility. Boink. Hello. What we got in here? Legitimately though, you would be able to do so much. Mask of Judgment, Robe of Judgment, 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 Judgment. What is all this? Let's take a look at this. Now, what's all this then? Mask of Judgment. A mask honoring an ancient goddess. Sin was said to be her domain, but the name of this goddess is long forgotten. Not by us. Velka! Little is known about what purpose the mask served, only that it was worn by a person of great authority. Is it sick? What the hell? That's sick as shit. Where's the rest of the judgment? Robe of Judgment? Whoa! Yo! Let's do it! We're styling! What the hell? This is some weird priest shit. I love it. All right. All right. How are you enjoying the fashion in this game? Honestly, loving it. The fashion in this game so far is poggers. It's been a really good time. I've been super impressed by how many awesome options there are for clothes. It's genuinely quite impressive. Hello. It's only human to sin. I don't remember if that's the right laugh, but that's how I read it. Hello, friend. Let us do an honorable duel. So far, we've been kicking the honorable ass of these people. What? That's sad. It's alright, we'll get him this time. Shield guy was easy. That guy was hard. This time though, honestly, I don't know. I feel like this dragon weapon is super cool. I kind of love wielding this giant dragon spear. It's so weird. I love that it's got like a bulbous organ at the top. This is such a sick weapon. There needs to be more weapons like this in video games. There really just is not enough weird freak shit. so definitely not to that side. Cooked. Alright, let's see if we can get Mace Guy down this time. I can't believe that hit. Oh man, this guy's brutal. This guy's a lot harder than the first one. Oh man! This guy's a bitch! True Chariot. Mace Guy's kicking my dick. Usually in Souls games, when I see a guy with a big heavy mace, I'm like, easy. He's gonna go down easy. And this guy's just like, nope. I'm gonna fucking clang your head. Sword guy's like, I don't know how to aim. I can't even see you right now. Wait, maybe we should use bow against Mace Guy. I didn't even think of using bow against Mace Guy. Honestly, seems like a better idea. Ouch. Oh, he's stuck. We're fighting dishonorably in the honorable battle. Ow, 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 ow. Oh, he hit his buddy. He fucked up his friend. What made you leftist and not liberal? Sorry for politics? You don't have to be sorry for that. We can talk about politics stuff all the time. In fact, I prefer casual politics conversations during a gaming stream to like segments or whatever. What made me a leftist and not liberal? I found liberalism to be utterly bankrupt, morally and tactically and strategically. Liberalism is a lazy cop-out of an ideology that is mostly built around satisfying the emotion, the like personal emotions and guilt of basically people who are like culturally Christian, more or less. Liberalism is mostly designed to instill people with a set of hyper individualistic solutions that don't actually fix any of the core problems, but that let you go, well, I'm not to blame. I voted for whoever. And I found that deeply, deeply unsatisfying on a personal and political level. It didn't appeal to me. It made me feel sick and disgusted. And so I never, like, my liberal, like my time where I could be categorized as a, okay, depends on how you go about like the definition of liberal, but the period of my life where I would have like been okay with the identity of liberal was very short. Obviously, I think actually in truth, like a lot of conservatives are functionally liberal. Like liberalism is kind of like the even for conservatives, like is still like the dominant kind of like ideology. It's kind of hard to explain, but basically conservatives have like conservative social values, but they functionally behave as liberals in every conceivable way. And hold on a second, I gotta make this jump. There we go. I don't know. So I don't know. I found liberalism unappealing, and the most liberal period I would say of my life was like before Bernie, and the Bernie era was where I was most liberal. But even during the Bernie era, I had aspirations to something greater. I just was kind of like, I had bought into some of the sales pitch of like the social democrat type worldview. So yeah, I don't know. Leftism always seemed like there were more meaningful and honest answers. Like there was a genuine grappling with questions that mattered, significantly more so than like the liberal worldview and the liberal framework. Liberalism is highly consumeristic. It's extremely stuck in the sort of sovereignty of capitalism. And yeah, I don't find that very compelling or coherent, to be completely honest. And liberals, they have to deal with their incoherence all the time, and by deal with it I mean make it everyone else's problem. I hope that answers your question. Basically, what made me leftist and not liberal was feeling the need to continue asking questions and not finding liberalism satisfying as a final stop, or even as a temporary stop. It wasn't doing it for me. Would you say you're more of an anarchist than a statist? Significantly so. I am most certainly not a statist. I don't. I believe that the structures of the state are. Oh shit! Oh my god! Okay. Okay. I did not expect that to be. Wow. Okay. That sucked. All right. Oh, my neck. All right. I want to make it through this area. And hopefully fight a boss. I've been doing really good. I've been completing an area and a boss for almost every stream that we've been doing. By the way, my next stream is probably going to be a all gaming stream, because to make up for the one that I didn't do last time. So we'll probably do like multiple hours of Dark Souls next time, instead of just multiple hours like we did this time, but like many hours, I mean. What was I gonna say? Yes, I find states to be a state society is not going to last forever. It's just not. And I think that's probably a good thing. It is a form of domination that works very well it's worked very well for a while, but I think state society is deeply flawed, and it doesn't successfully lead to thriving human societies in a lot of cases. What it leads to is perpetual cycles of domination, small periods of highly selective thriving. Some people are doing fine, and a lot of others are not doing well at all. And then massive collapses that take so many lives it's hard to even imagine. The warmongering of state society is genuinely sickening. Just deeply, deeply upsetting on so many levels. And yeah, so I am not a statist. I am not a big fan of the hyper-rigid structuring of the world under state powers, which I think are ultimately illusory anyway. Yeah. I have a great distrust for state powers. Yeah. I also think that they offer a very deeply saddening false hope through stuff like patriotism and nationalism. People come to believe in a structure that will never and can never serve them, that is designed only for its own propagation, and that chews up human beings and animals alike endlessly. It's very sad. Bro, for real? Holy shit. Man, these guys are tough. But I'm taking them down. Playing as an archer has been really, really fun. Most Demon Mama streams. Warm-up segment, talking about Dark Souls, 3 hours. Segments, comparing politics to Dark Souls, 4 hours. Playing Dark Souls, 1 hour. Gamers, is it over? Shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up. That's not true. Okay, it's a little bit true. It's a little bit true. Did I get them all? I think I'm missing one. Hold on, we gotta go back. We're not quite ready for this yet. We gotta... Oh wait, there is no back, so I guess we gotta do this one. This is a cool mural. Big dragon. Lots of people praying and seemingly offering things to the dragon. We got a priest under there. We got a bunch of eggs. So there's a giant dragon here that we're gonna have to deal with. Okay, but unironically, Fought Night, though. But unironically, yes. Yes, I would argue very much so. Very, very, very much so. Third dragon ring? What the fuck does that mean? Oh yeah, I haven't checked a bunch of the new rings that I've gotten. Where is this invader? I don't know where the fuck this invader is. Okay, so I'm guessing he's up there then. I will answer that question as soon as I can, Prosy Rosie. Ooh, my neck's starting to hurt. Why is my neck hurting so much? It's weird. Okay, hold on a second. First of all, treasure chest. Then I'm going to answer questions real quick. because I want to talk about this, and this one's a little too intense for me to do while trying to deal with storyline. Hold on. Okay. First question. Oh, shit. First question. Prosy Rosie asks, what are your predictions for the future of politics, the mainstream left, and the world overall? I do not know what the future of politics will be. The mainstream left is going to need to undergo great changes. Right now, the mainstream left is completely chained up by liberalism, and liberalism, the liberals are able to keep everybody scared because of the insanity of republicanism. Now, if the GOP collapses, what that will cause is a internal strife within the liberal movement, which means that we will probably have something happen not unlike like the UK, where like the Labour portion of the left has increasingly become more conservative, and that there is like an emptiness in room for lefties to start filling that up. So I think that is most likely what is going to be in our future. If Donald Trump takes over, I think it is going to be much messier, but functionally the same struggle. You know, the Republicans will make everyone's life extremely difficult for a couple of years. Then eventually liberals will take over, and Republicans will be out of the picture, and we'll end up dealing with right-wing liberals versus the rest of the left wing. We'll have to figure that out. As for the world, shit's about to change pretty majorly in the coming decades. Climate change is going to actively affect all of the world at the same time, and it's going to fundamentally change certain regions of the world in ways that we have never seen before. As a result, it's extremely difficult to predict the future of the world, except to say that in the coming decades, we are going to be dealing with decade by decade more and more and more of our lives, and our politics will be dominated by dealing with and trying to solve problems of climate change. Yeah. Witch Night Melody says, ex-liberal turned baby socialist here. I would be concerned about bad actors under anarchy. Like, say, what if there's a really terrible domestic abuse situation? How would anarchy get the victim away from the abuser in that case? Or what about some ANCAP billionaire forcing people to work under them in a ruleless society? Well, anarchy, okay, so there's a framework issue here. The problem that we're running into with that question is that it's framing anarchism as like the next government that's going to take over, whereas that's not the framework that anarchism approaches. Anarchism is a philosophy that urges people to self-organize and to self-liberate perpetually. That it is a resistance to structures of domination, and a collection of philosophies that are designed to empower, educate, and teach people how to liberate themselves. So there's a number of ways that anarchy, as a quote, could deal with something like a domestic abuse situation. And in fact, I would argue that most domestic abuse situations right now are dealt with via anarchic means. Domestic violence situations are rarely solved by the cops. And in fact, a lot of domestic abuse is currently perpetuated by cops or worsened by cops. So the liberal solution is that you would have like state-appointed arbiters that are supposed to fix all of these types of problems. But we already know that they don't do that, and that they often use the power that's granted to them by the state to do damage themselves. So what happens right now is that people turn to their communities, and they turn to their communities for protection. And some people indeed are isolated, but that is a problem that is universal to all political states of the world. Some abusers are going to aim to isolate people, and we want to prevent that. And the way that we do that, there's a number of ways we can do that. We can do that by ensuring that we have robust communities where people don't fall through the cracks. We can do that by teaching one another survival tactics, how to watch out for red flags, how to avoid being isolated by an abuser, and making this knowledge easily available to tons of people, and teaching lots of people and reaching out. There's so many different ways that we can engage in that, and those are anarchic solutions in and of themselves. They are solutions that people themselves enact themselves, as opposed to appealing to a state to solve the problem for them. Something that's very common right now is that if somebody is experiencing domestic abuse, they turn to their family or their friends. Their friends come in and help them move and get away and disappear. And, you know, there's a whole idea of having like a bug out bag where there's a perfect example. The popularization via social media of the concept of the bug out bag, or the DV bag, the domestic violence bag, which is that more like lots and lots of women keep a secret bag with a certain amount of money, some basic survival stuff, copies of their IDs and essential documents in a hidden location. And if they find themselves in a position where their partner is abusing them and isolating them, they have a bag that they can grab and disappear overnight to go stay with friends. That right there is a perfect example of an anarchic solution. It comes from people liberating themselves from their environment via collaboration with other people. People learn through social media, they develop the skills necessary, then they work with their community to put those skills into action. As for the other situation, like an ANCAP taking over, well, then you're dealing with a tyrant. And of course, the anarchic answer for that would be for the people who are oppressed to work together and overthrow the oppressor. It's a huge part of anarchic philosophy to consistently question structures of power and to find answers to undermine and destroy structures of power and domination. Anarchic people who believe in anarchic philosophies believe that power is dangerous, that power should be extremely limited, and that when people begin to amass power, that it should be limited, undermined, and removed. Specifically, power that leads to domination. I'm not just talking about we trust this person, so they're a leader, so they have a certain type of power. I'm talking about the ability to dominate and force other people's hands. That type of power is watched for. People are taught. The idea is that you learn to watch for this. You learn how to undermine it together. So somebody like that would be the same way that you would deal with it now. And to be fair, in our current society, and even in so-called socialist countries, it currently exists that there are all kinds of despotic figures. Bosses are a great example. Think about what it would be like to be working for a factory magnate in America or China. It's functionally identical, right? In both countries, the factory owner has unfathomably more resources than you do, and they have the implicit backing of the state powers. So there's no one you can appeal to. So instead, you have to organize with your fellow workers. That is the only way that you will fight, that you will get anything for yourself, or flee, one of the two, both of which are valid. One is you can say, I can't do this, I need to get out of here in order to survive, and you go find a job elsewhere, you go exit, that industry or whatever, or you organize with your workers and you make, say, a union or a wildcat strike or something along those lines that undermines the power of the person dominating you. Anyway, hope that answers the question. If you have further questions, poke me with them, but I'm going to activate this device. But first, I'm going to look at my rings. Hippie Punk says, worse yet, now places are using automatic scheduling and payroll, and the computer can fire you, no human involved. My corporation starts this in August. Yeah, that stuff is rotten. We are at, like, this is why people say we're in end stage capitalism, late stage capitalism, you know, because, yeah, it's actually deranged, the types of things that are legal. Whoa! Third dragon ring, HP stamina and maximum load. What the hell? That's incredible. We are putting that on immediately. That's amazing. Witch Knight Melody says, that was quite a lot to think about. Thanks, Demon Mama and Fought Knight. You're very welcome. One of the things that a lot of newcomers to the concepts present in anarchism and anarchistic philosophy bump into is that it's a different framework of politics. Liberals especially severely struggle to have conversations with anarchists because they try to force the frame. Basically, they want anarchists to have to contend on the frame of liberalism. Well, if we elect Mr. Anarchy to power, how are you going to solve any of this? And of course, the anarchist will respond, it's not about electing Mr. Anarchy to power. It's about fundamentally changing the political relationship to power. And then liberals will go, oh, look at these people. They don't even want power. It's like they want to lose. And of course the answer is, no, we don't want power. We want people to change their relationship to power permanently, ideally forever. So it's a really common issue. You'll see, if you pay attention to this, you'll see tons and tons of conversations that unfold functionally the same way, which is basically liberals refusing to engage whatsoever in the actual conversation that anarchists are having. It's very unfortunate, but it kind of makes sense if you think about it. Anyway, yeah. The ring has low durability. Oh, okay. Well, I'll keep that in mind. Onyx Knight with the $50. Oh my God! Thank you so much, Onyx Knight. Oh my God! Donos for the Imp Mother. Subs for the Red Bull Throne. Just beat the Dragon Slayer armor in Dark Souls 3. Hope everyone has a good night. Hell yeah! Good job! Dragon Slayer armor. The first time I played Dark Souls 3, the Dragon Slayer armor was a goddamn nightmare. Like, I had the worst time with Dragon Slayer armor. It was so difficult. Really tough boss. Well done. And thank you very much for supporting the show. Thank you so, so much. Gayfesh says, Demon Mama, sometimes that kind of organizing happens organically. I was working at a job where they wanted to lower the starting wage for new workers, and I wasn't even like union aware at that point, but when a new hire mentioned his wage, assuming it was the same as ours, a guy who didn't know we were lowering the wage was like, nah dude, you heard wrong. We make X 50 per hour. You're not making X per hour. And the management was so embarrassed they just quietly gave the new hire the same wage. Yes, exactly. Yes, that can absolutely be a thing that happens. There are all kinds of pressures that can be applied to work in workplaces and around them that aren't necessarily 100% like the union itself. Unions are one particular solution, and they can be very, very good, but they're not the only one. Oh shit. Okay, this is not where we're going yet. Hold on a second. I want to go back and touch that egg. I wanted to make sure that I had done everything before I touched the egg, but given that that's clearly some kind of a boss fight, I'm gonna go touch the egg. Always discuss your wages with your coworkers. Literally so true though. It's actually corporate propaganda that they tell you to never discuss your wage with your coworkers. Always discuss your pay with your coworkers. Always. Egg, egg, egg. All right, let's touch the egg. Petrified egg? Okay. Petrified something. Petrified egg. A large petrified egg surely bears no life. Eggs are vessels that harbor life itself, and symbolize the deepest secrets of existence. But what does a petrified egg harbor? I do not know. That's cool, I guess. I don't know how to use it. I guess we're gonna have to find out. We have 41,000 souls. Oh, shit. But we're gonna have to fight all these guys again. Okay, that's like one level. It's actually not that big of a deal. Let's see if we can beat this boss. We've been one-shotting bosses, so maybe this boss won't be that bad. Or maybe it's not a boss and it's just kind of a tough fight. Okay, let's figure it out. Let's find out. Oh, okay. Dude? Hello? Oh my god, this guy's got crazy HP. So he's like a mini boss, but he's pretty tough. I have the high ground! Okay, actually, he's easier to hit from the low ground, weirdly enough. Good night, Windleby. Rest well. Yeah, I've run into the PSL. The PSL, they tend to recruit pretty aggressively in certain areas. It's very weird. By the way, if you're out there, please be really careful with the PSL. And by be really careful, I mean, personally, I would advise you to avoid them as much as possible. The PSL is the Party for Liberation and Socialism. And in my opinion, this is in my opinion, I believe them to be a cult organization. I think they are trash. They are an incredibly suspect organization, and I really think people should keep their distance. I do not believe they fight for anything other than their own dues and consolidating power within themselves. Chainsaw, I recommend doing some research onto the controversies they've had with thought policing their members. They have a tendency of doing some real Scientology ass shit. Have you ever been a part of any kind of local LGBTQ orgs? I've never been a volunteer at any local org or anything like that. But I have gone to various events and things like that in the past. What's this about? DSA? No, PSL, the Party for Socialism and Liberation. The Merc shifts and stirs. Yet another stands before us. This dragon is so cool. Then so be it. I have the egg. For the curse of life is the curse of want. Kind of true, yeah. And so you peer. Into the fog in hopes of answers. Ashen mist heart. The ashen mist heart? Can you cut this guy's tail off without making him mad? Oh my god. He's so cool. This dragon's so tragic? Why is this dragon so tragic? I mean, he seems like he might be trapped up here in some way or another. Hello, dragon. Can you cut this one's tail off? You'll need to fight this guy before Vendrick? So do I need to attack him then? He's a bogus fight? That's not a good sign. So like a gimmick? Or like difficult? This is not something I look forward to. So should I attack him right now then? Oh, that's rough, Onyx Knight. I'm sorry to hear that. So where's the Merc Heart? Ashen Merc Heart? Scale to offer to the dragon. Oh. When did I get this? Where's the Ashen Merc Heart? Worth chatting with? I just talked to him. And he gave me the Ashen Merc Heart, but I don't know what that is. Is it a weapon? Under key items? Oh. Oh, here we go. Frozen Flower, Dragon Talon, Ashen Mist Heart. Delve into the memories of the withered. He's more fun if you go for the head. You need to get him to stand up, go in between his toes, big and middle, and then attack. Bait the stomp, rush over to the other foot into the same position, and repeat endlessly until dead. Oh my god. So it's a gimmick-ass fight? Oh boy, here we go. Why were we using the lightning winged spear before? I knew something was wrong. What the fuck? Why the fuck did I have the lightning winged spear attached instead of my fucking Dragon Slayer spear? No wonder we were struggling before. Alright, let's do this. So, wait, hold on, wait. If I kill him, can I not join the dragons? How do I join the Dragon Covenant? Also, these guys are sick. I want to be one of them. Okay. Alright, good to know. But question. How the hell do I get to be a dragon? It says here I can eat a dragon scale to become closer to a dragon, which I would like that. I would like to be close to a dragon. But I haven't seen an area where I can actually do that. I don't want to fight all the way through this area, but... to the merchant in the beginning of Iron Keep? Oh. So it doesn't have anything to do with this dragon. All right, let's beat the shit out of this dragon. Let's do it. Let's see if I can beat this asshole. Let's fucking do it. Oh, the run back is gonna be brutal, won't it? Or maybe they won't attack me now that I have the stone. I feel like killing this guy is so mean. He didn't do anything to me, right? But all right, let's do it. Okay, so that's not a success state. Oh my god. Whoa, bro. Let's calm down here. Let's not get out of hand. Damn, you're right. This does work. This is okay. This isn't just great value Madeir. This is like goof ass as fuck. This is actually like really funny, honestly. We're kind of kicking his ass though. That's good. We're gonna get him. We're gonna get him. We got this. I think we got this. Chariot, you were so right. He's got a cool theme, though. It reminds me of the Nameless King. Which, that's pretty cool. This guy's theme is great. Cooked. I would love that dough. That sounds amazing. Soul of a giant and petrified dragon bone. He's a giant? Why the hell is he a giant? That's confusing. Huh. That's fucked up. Hey, I just killed your guy. You gonna do anything about it? It didn't give me a bonfire either, which is kind of crazy. Someone took dragon bones and animated them with the giant soul? That's fucked up. Good first try. Vendrick is also like this, but you need all the giant souls to make Vendrick doable for full completion. This dragon is a giant because Aldea used the giants to attempt to create an immortal being. Oh yeah, I do remember all those things. That's really fucking weird. So they're like trying to backwards engineer, they're trying to like reverse engineer the immortal dragons, which are like 90% all gone because of fucking Gwyn. Isn't that the fucking story of fucking humanity in a nutshell? Oh shit, we devastated the environment and killed all of this this like group of things that are actually really important to us. Turns out, shit, let's try and make them back, and we do it shittily. Ooh, oh, spooked me just a little bit. Hey, oh, this looks so good. Oh, thank you, that was my chippies. Thank you. Ooh, this smells so good. Thank you.
How many for this? Oh, yeah. Okay.
Really good. Thank you so much.
Of course.
I love you. Come smooch.
You having fun?
Yeah, having a great time. We just kicked a big dragon's ass. It was a terrible fight. Wait, you should come say hi.
I don't want to step on it. I don't want to.
What? You look cute.
I don't look cute.
Oh, come on.
Isn't that a cute outfit?
It is a cute outfit.
Isn't that cute?
It is cute. I insist.
You insist?
I insist.
Hi, you can look at me in my
cute outfit. It's lazy outfit, but it's cute. I love it. I love it. Don't go away. We kicked the dragon's ass because thanks to Chariot. Chariot gave me a secret, which is that you have to clip his toenails.
Stay right near his feet or something?
Mm-hmm.
What's up, Chariot? What's up, chat?
I'm gonna eat this real quick. Here,
Good.
you can entertain them. Talk
I
to them.
can't entertain them.
We were talking about anarchism earlier.
What were you
You'd
talking
be excited.
about? Chat, what were y'all talking about with anarchism? Tell me so that she can chew.
The question was basically, from the perspective of somebody who's sort of formerly liberal, leaving that sphere, like, how does anarchy deal with bad actors specifically, and how does it deal with what about a domestic violence situation? How would anarchy be able to get somebody away? And my answer was, it's a different framework than like Mr. Anarchy being in charge. That rather, anarchists would focus on how do we empower people to be able to deal with that? How do we empower communities to be able to resist domestic violence, and to be able to empower victims to escape and get to safety? And in fact, that's what's happening right now, because in our current system, domestic violence is like a plague, and there's very little justice for survivors of it. And so you see things like, an example that I gave was like how tips like the bug out bag have propagated through social media, which is like, women teaching each other, here, have a bag with all of your special stuff in it that you keep secret from everyone, with $500 and copies of all your IDs and that. So if you ever get in a situation like that, you can grab it and go stay with a friend and disappear.
Sure.
And that type of stuff. Yeah. But anyway.
Oh.
And that was explaining why, Hippie Punk says, DMI was explaining why libs have issues and glitch out when they try to talk about power structures. Yeah, like how the liberals always try to force a frame where it's like, well, if I elected Mr. Anarchy, what would happen?
Yeah,
so,
yeah.
You got a question in chat?
I will answer in a second, but I would even go so far as to say that asking the question about what happens, quote unquote, in anarchy is silly, because the question is every I'll say it this way, every prophecy is asking for a praxis today. None of them, the future world, which is promised via, whether it's via the revolution, or the Messiah who forms
Okay,
the
yeah,
same
but you're like a
structure,
veteran
or,
of the
no,
liberal
no,
war,
but I'm just saying,
so.
or like anarchy, where it's supposed to be like at some point collapse alongside revolutionary resistance or whatever is going to create the world in which
It's fucking good.
which would be described as anarchy, the no longer, no more states anywhere world. It's even talking about that is only it only does anything to, the only thing it does is teach you what you should do today, but the we are going to continue contending with states or whatever. State, powers are going to continue having blind spots and having, subjugating knowledges, subjugating certain kinds of people, certain kinds of thought or whatever. They're going to have to find ways to break out of that. That's the whole thing. It's just the...
You need to come over a little more, because when you move away especially, they can't hear you.
I think they can hear me.
They can.
I think they can hear me.
I'm telling you, I'm watching the levels, goddammit.
I'm watching.
They're going to have to crank up their
Okay,
things, and when I talk again, I'll blow their ears out.
Look, I was just saying. I just mean...
Okay, Fish, you don't count. You have nice headphones. Most of these people are listening on fucking secondhand skull candies. Or worse, they're TV speakers. Oh, fair.
I don't think I'm a dualist or a monist. I don't know that I care about either of those things. And whether I'm idealist or materialist, I certainly would like to fancy myself something like a materialist, but those barely mean anything without context. Look, I've been reading a lot of Deleuze, and Deleuze talks from like a Spinozist standpoint, which is like really monist. Everything is, the world is one, and everything is the modifications of the one. But it's not the the totalizing one. It's the where the product is the process itself. With the production producing a product, which produces production, which produces a product, which, I don't know, whatever.
Bearer of the curse until hope has
fully. Something like a monist.
Doe.
Yeah.
That was really, really good.
What was good? Oh yeah, good. I'm glad.
The tortellini
I'm really
was
glad.
sick. That was amazing.
Good.
So,
all right, I'm gonna peace out.
Here's what we're gonna. All right, I'm gonna come down very soon.
I'm gonna go to bed really soon.
Oh well, way to one up me. I'll see you in a minute.
You.
I love you. All right, let's level up our vigor. Let's all level up vigor. Let's all level up vigor. Actually, let's just dump it all into vigor. Fuck it. There we go. 6 levels of vigor. Our health bar just got gigantic. So now we gotta go find the dragon guy. At the beginning of Lost Bastille? The Lost Bastille? Is that what you said? I don't know what guy we're talking about. God, that shit was so good. The Lost Bastille. The Lost Bastille. Hippie Punk says, also, I gotta say, anytime Doe gets all theoretical, my brain grows, so I love it when it gives us some knowledge nugs. Smartest forest creature by miles. I agree. And also, you only get the small bites. You should hear Doe go at great length about all of the things that it is interested in and talks about and has to share with the world. Doe is so smart and so caring and so passionate. I'm gonna convince it to come on to stream more often so you can hear. And we've even been thinking about doing some conversations together. I don't remember where this merchant is that will get me into the... I don't remember. There's supposed to be a guy who can get me into the I give it to the dragon guy? Oh yeah, I was supposed to do a Tolkien tier list a million years ago. It's actually crazy. That's the deepest cut of all time. I was supposed to do a Tolkien tier list like a million years ago, and I still never did it. That was before Doe moved in with me. That's how old that is. You remember that from the old days. Not Lost Bastille. Wait. Oh, wait, what did I say? For some reason, I thought... Oh, I'll have you on for the Tolkien tier list. That'd be fun as hell. That would be really fun. So wait, what was the place that you said then? Tower of Flame? Iron Keep. You said Iron Keep, didn't you? Iron Keep. Ah. Oh, I remember the merchant here. Every time I swipe one of Doe's tweets, my followers on Facebook lose their shit. Wait, do you like repost Doe's tweets? That's so cool. I didn't even know that. That's fucking fascinating to me. To remember that, like, Facebook exists. Wait, where the fuck? This isn't the right spot, is it? Oh, that's so cool. Hello? 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 This guy is relentless. I can't believe this guy's still after my ass. Ouch, ouch. I remember I was trying to get like a thing going on Facebook, but I was struggling so much and I just couldn't work up the will to post on Facebook. It's so bad. It would probably be good for me to like post more on other social media. But I'll be completely honest, I fucking despise social media. Ring of Blades +1. Oh shit, that's an upgrade, isn't it? Yo! Ring of Blades +1! Fire. Eat shit, asshole. Okay, so I need to ride back then. Have you seen the TikTok live environment? Is it a nightmare? I would, if you told me it was a nightmare, I would believe it. I bet TikTok is in like shambles right now. Everyone says they hate Facebook, but I'm having a pretty chill time so far. The thing is, I don't like... How do I put this? How do I put this? How do I put this? What is this guy doing here? Is this guy normally here? I don't remember this guy being here. Black steel katana? I hate posting on Facebook. That's what it is. The experience just feels bad. And I don't know how any of this fucking shit works. I'm always bullying her about having me on and stuff. I honestly kind of feel bad. No, don't ever feel bad. Chariot, you're like, whoa, 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 whoa! You're like the one person that I'm always okay to be pestered by, and I'm always willing to. I still want to come on your show and talk about Star Wars. I just haven't had time. So you never have to feel bad. You don't, and honestly, you do not bully me. You like ask every once in a great while, and I'm totally down for it. In fact, just tell me what time you're streaming this week, and I'll make time for you to the best of my ability. I've been extremely busy lately, for a number of reasons, but just tell me when you're streaming this week, and we'll make it happen. Hippie Punk says, Facebook is a wasteland, Demon Mama. I'm in a few groups and rarely post because it's a minefield, and it has my real name, and my employer trolls it. Also, boomers galore. Yeah, I've heard about like a nightmare of AI shit on there.
What is that? A petrified egg? From the shrine. Fantastic.
Oh, it's gonna happen, Bird Noise.
Might you give it to me? I'm fascinated by it. I'm begging you. Very kind of you. This thing is amazing.
Thursday or Friday?
Could it be a dragon egg?
Thursday would be better. I'm doing something on Friday, but Thursday would work for me.
Just by holding it.
I'm totally down for that. You can now join the Dragon Remnants Covenant.
Well, you again?
Yeah! Dragon Eye, Ancient Dragon Seal. Incense. Oh, okay.
I think we have similar... Here, you should like these.
Covetous gold serpent ring.
Hey, he talks really highly of it. I didn't want to disappoint him, so I just sort of talked around it. Let me just say, there are lots of legendary swords out there. Have you heard of the shrine on the eastern edge of Drang Lake? Built to honor the dragons, they say. If only I knew how to get there. I'd go and I'd comb it for goodies. I'm mainly a treasure hunter, you see. A roam about, looking for a find, following me instincts. I don't care what a thing's worth. What matters is whether it grabs me. Do I enjoy what I do? Well, that's a good question.
I love this guy.
I suppose I must. I've been doing it for ages. There's good iron in these parts. An old king even used it to build a castle. But the thing was too heavy. It slowly sank into the ground. Fire spouted from the earth, and the place turned into this. At least, that's what I've been told. Not a bad story, eh? So, what'll it be? Anything for you today? Hey, you know that old fella? He talks really odd. I didn't want to diss him. Let me just...
So then, how do I, wait,
Very well.
So then, what does the dragon ring do in this case? Where is the dragon ring? It's a covenant ring, but... Covenant ring for would-be dragons. Oh, interesting. Oh, it's dueling only? It's multiplayer only? Aww. Oh. Well, that sucks. Alright. Well, we've done a lot. My back and neck are starting to hurt. So, real quick, I'm going to double check and make sure I didn't miss any donos. Then, we are going to, then I'm going to check Louis Boy's message, if Louis Boy is still here. And then, we are going to, then we're going to wrap for the night. Which, it's been a great night, and I've been having a really good time. Louis Boy, send me your link and I'll check it real quick. All right, let's take a look at this. I finished styling my first wig ever. I got a black wig and a bunch of feathers and stuff. I am over the moon. Happy Pride, y'all. PD, the makeup on the head isn't mine. However, I think it looks good with it. Whoa! That's so cool! Wait, that's awesome! I love the feathers. That's so cool! Oh, and the jewels and the chains. This is sick! Louis Boy, this is amazing! That's so cool! Well done! Chainsaw with the $5 says, always appreciate the chill vibes, homie. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. Thank you for being here and for being such a positive presence in chat. I appreciate that a lot. Let me just make sure I didn't miss any other donos. Thank you so much, Chainsaw. That's so kind of you. Nope, it looks like we didn't miss anybody on this side. Nothing on the website. Let's see if we missed anything in the YouTube. Nope, we didn't miss anything on the YouTube either. Wow, we did good tonight. All right, everybody. It's time for me to go catch some Z's, rest, and whatnot. I will be back very, very soon, sooner than you can imagine. And looks like I might be appearing over on Chariot Stream on Thursday, which sounds really cool. Thank you all for your support. Thank you for being an amazing community. And of course, remember, rule number 1, do not fucking die. I'll see you all very soon. Good night.